get to Michigan, you're going to lose. No, we're not. They did.
They probably
Oh my God, I'm back again. And I'm out of focus. Nope. Come on. Don't do me like that. Can we go a little bit better? Maybe. Maybe. Oh, there we go. I'm a bit red. But I guess that'll have to do. Anyway, I have been gone for a week. More? Almost 2 weeks, perhaps? I have a very good reason for that. And it's that I hate you guys. No, that's not it. I have been taking my medication. Last week, I got medication. Actually, it's Friday 2 weeks ago. It's a little bit over a week. Last Friday. Not this Friday, last Friday. Hey, Screen Dream. It has been a hot minute. Thank you. I've gotten... Ooh, what is this? I can... Hold on. Can I... Give me 1 second here. There's something interesting going on here. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Doc. Oh, okay. So I can... That's interesting. I just saw this. That's interesting. Sorry, I saw this. Yeah, you found it as well. Yeah. That's a good thing to have. It is. Yeah, it's a nice thing to have. Yeah, I've been gone for a week. The reason I've been gone is quite simply that I have been taking my medication. And it's a weird feeling to finally be on meds. I've been dreaming of this day for 3 fucking years already. And today, or last Friday, I got the meds. And the first thing that happened, maybe my earbuds are bugging, because I can only hear in my left ear when I look. Oh, that's interesting. I can only see the bar for the left rising. Probably it should be a mono. Okay, give me, let me do it. No, let me create a fill advanced mic. It should be okay. There we go. For some reason, the mono is it better? Scream Dream, is it better? Yeah, I got my meds, and the weird thing. Great. The weird thing that happened. First of all, the noises stopped. Everything just leveled out. And I was staring at the computer. I was thinking, I should go do the dishes. And you know what I did? I went and did the dishes. And as I was doing the dishes, the voices did stop. The voices just... And when I say the voices, I mean the noise, the constant need to think things. I could sit and I could think nothing and be happy about it. But as I was doing the dishes, I thought to myself, this is weird. Why am I doing the dishes? I thought to myself, I should do the dishes. And then I just did it. This is strange. But it was pretty much just the initial, because it's a low dose. and we're ramping up. We're at double dose right now from then. And the weirdness, or the thing is that while it helps me do things that I want, and while it helps me do things that I feel that I have in my routine, it's not enough to make me want to do things, you know? It's not enough to actually get me just going. I'm guessing the original Spider-Verse. Awesome. If you haven't seen it, watch it, rent it, download, whatever. And if you haven't watched Across the Spider-Verse, I'm gonna wait to do a spoiler review, but there might be spoilers in today's stream, so you have been warned. But yeah, so the previous, I've just been the how do I say it? Not the instincts, but my primal needs have been more in the forefront, pretty much. Like, that's the things that I've been had an easy time. Because when you have ADHD, for those who don't know, you need a constant push or a constant dose of dopamine, serotonin. You need something that makes you go, oh, this is nice. Oh, I like this. If you have a task to do, like homework or whatever, you're not satisfied when it's over. You're relieved because you don't have to do it anymore, but you're not satisfied. You do get satisfaction from procrastination, however. That's the thing. There's nothing better to do than anything but the thing you need to do. And it has helped me to do the things I want to do, or the things I procrastinate with, not the things I should be doing. And that's hard. That is hard. But it has given me, so the past 3 years, I've imagined the ways in which it could help me. I've imagined the mental state that I might be in. I could never in a million years imagine what I actually felt. But it did give me a mental picture of what I need to work on by myself in order to get better. But I fucking hate it. I fucking hate it. But yeah, I'm on meds. I'm happy to be on meds. I am excited to be on more meds, because this is not enough. This is not enough. We're on a very low dose at the moment. However, the medicine I take, Concerta. I don't know if that's Concerta in English, perhaps. English. Yeah, it seems to be Concerta. It seems to be fucking with my sleep schedule, at least at this dose, because I don't get the crash. Usually when people take meds of this type, it lasts for 6 hours, and then it crashes completely. It just dissipates from the body, and people just feel tired and struggling. But I don't get anything of that sort. So, and I have melatonin, which helps me sleep. It works wonders when I'm not on medication, because I have sleep issues when I'm not on medication as well. That's also part of the ADHD condition. But yeah, I'm getting sleep issues with this. So I don't know if this is the wrong medication for me, perhaps, or whatever it's the issue. Anyway, that's the reason I was gonna stream last week. Actually, I had plans on streaming last week. I had plans on streaming earlier this week, but the sleep fucked me over completely. I have not had a good night's sleep until last night for about a week. So yeah. Anyway, oh, that's annoying. How's the, what is that? How's the libido? Did I talk about that? Like I said, the primal instincts are easier to do, so to speak. It is quite easy to do certain tasks that the primal body or the primal brain wants you to do. So I think that answers your question. The libido is fine. It is more than fine at the moment. Too fine, even. It's so fine that I've hurt myself. Okay, that's enough about my my mental state at the moment. Did I have something here? I believe I had something here. No. Oh, sure. Why don't we do this first? Not the hand. Let's say I hurt my leg. My support pillar. Let's call it support pillar. Speaking of support pillars, this article made the rounds thanks to Tim Pool, the dim fool. I'm a liberal. It's hard to find masculine men to date who aren't conservative. On its face, am I a bit... What is this? No. Oh my god. Oh my god. I just spilled my water. Sorry. I'll be right back. Oh my god. Thank God it's summer. Okay. You know, I'm a fan of Linus Tech Tips. And I realized today, actually, one of the reasons why he's just like me, for real. Like, for real, no cap. He is so fucking clumsy that it's unreal. Like, every video, he drops something, he crashes something, he destroys something. And I can just so relate. Every time I drop something, I can hear my girlfriend sigh in the background. And I've told her, if this is going to be our life, that's going to be very hard for both of us. Because I'm going to keep dropping things, and you're going to keep sighing, and that's going to become an annoying trait for both of us. American dating culture is retarded. I do not disagree there at all. But we're getting to it. We're getting to it. Now, I have an issue. Let's see if I can. Can you see that? Maybe you can't. But it's dripping. It's dripping. Yeah, you can see it. You can even. There it is. You can see it's dripping. That's not good. That's not good. Okay, we're going to do something simpler at the moment so that I can dry this out. Battery acid. No. It's water. I spilled my water. This glass was full. It is no longer full. We're going to do something much, much easier now because of that. I have a video that we can react to, and I can tinker with this and just dry it out. Because this is a completely mechanical. It's I can modify this so it's openable completely, and I can just pop it out. But it's gonna be an issue. Do I want the? I can change. I have a spare keyboard. I think. It should be good. Give me a moment. Where's the pinboard? Sidebar. There it is. And pinboard. So I have this video inside the most futuristic motorhome with a spaceship interior, which sounds horribly gaudy to me, which is perfect. Okay. Try that. And in the meantime, I'm going to remove some caps. I'm just going to see here if I need a screwdriver as well, don't I? Okay, here we go. Inside the most futuristic motorhome with a spaceship interior. How fucking horrible will this be?
The motorhome, a remarkable fusion of comfort and mobility. It started as a simple concept, a home on wheels for family vacations and short getaways. But oh, how things have changed.
3, 2, 1.
As technology advanced, a new breed of motorhomes emerged, boasting wild features, powerful engines, and luxurious amenities.
Okay, considering we are hurtling towards apocalyptic levels of heat wave, like we are almost at a Mad Max future. You know, the movie that everyone laughs at. That will never be us. This is us. We are hurtling towards it, and this is contributing to it. What the fuck?
On our
Who
channel,
needs? Oh my god! Oh, god damn it! They have a bus with a car inside it. I've never seen that before. I've seen in boats that have boats in them. I believe Jeff Bezos has one of those, like mega yachts with a small motorboat in it. Which, why?
we want to celebrate the true innovators, the visionaries who push the limits and challenge their industries. These are the people who refuse to settle for the ordinary, crafting products that set themselves above the rest. And Dembel is doing just that.
We have a great team of engineers who are working only on making sure that every bit and pieces, everything what we put in the motorhome are handmade and made exactly for the purpose what it meant to be.
Just under a year ago, we introduced you to the world of Dembel motorhomes, and the internet responded.
It has a car inside the car.
And now we present the next chapter, the all-new Dembel, featuring an oversized garage and a design that will make you question if you're on board a spaceship or a motorhome. From its sleek exterior to its thoughtfully designed interior, every inch of the Dembel motorhome sets it apart from the rest of the industry. That's why we traveled from LA all the way to Budapest to tour Dembel's brand new large
Budapest.
garage motorhome with an asking price of $1.5 million. Let's see if it lives up to its price tag. This motorhome has a very sporty and aggressive look. It's actually built on a Mercedes Actros 2016 model. It has a 530 horsepower engine, 12.8 liters, gets about 10 to 11 miles per gallon, weighs about 23 tons.
How much? Wait, 10 to. What did he say?
And it just 8 liters, gets about 10 to 11 miles per gallon.
11 miles per. I have no keyboard. I forgot.
Weighs about 23 tons.
I wanted to see how much a Prius got. I wanted to compare like the most. I don't know if the most affordable, but the most or the most environmentally friendly one to this.
And it just looks so cool with this low windshield, cameras throughout to give you
I don't
360
think it looks cool. It looks like a fucking truck. Like it just looks like a truck. What is cool about it?
eye view. Even the side mirrors are cameras so that it looks very sleek and contemporary, and between the body panels, this massive Mercedes logo right in the center. Headlights, windshield, all of it coming together gives this motorhome a very striking, very contemporary look. It does not look like your everyday motorhome.
From the front, it looks like a serious machine, for sure.
It sure does.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about the proportions for a second. It's 12 meters long, 4 meters high, 2.5 meters wide. So it's definitely a big vehicle. And Mikey, let's get a close up here. I'm gonna open up this passenger door. It looks like an off-road vehicle from here. Look how high up this passenger seat is. It's like a few steps.
Yeah, just looking at you next to it, other than the fact that you're blending in because you wore the same color
I'm wearing
suit.
a gray suit.
Yeah, it's just towering over you. It looks absolutely massive.
It looks incredible, and yes, I actually really like this
It's a
two-tone color
monstrosity.
combination, and we have a red stripe.
But
in the
monstrosities seems to be what every rich person goes towards. Just look at the Jeff Bezos boat. It's not pretty. It's not classic. It's or the Tesla truck, which is 100% guaranteed. I haven't looked into it. I don't know. I might be talking about my ass here, but 100% guarantee from me. The Hugin guarantee. Elon Musk himself designed it. Guaranteed. And because rich people have zero taste. They didn't demolish it. They temporarily broke it down, just so he could fit through the canal, which, rightly so, everyone protested, because it's a historic bridge. I don't know why it's historic, but apparently it's historic. But yeah, he didn't. Thank fucking God. Oh shit. I'm missing a screw. There it is. A screw was loose. I found it. This shit should be banned. Considering the temperatures we have outside, considering the graph that everyone has been shown, it's not there. I wish I could type, but I can't at the moment. See if I bookmarked it. There was this. Yeah, here we go. I did bookmark it. Here. Another day, another record for the North Atlantic. Everything is happening so fast. It's hard to get a sense of the enormity of these anomalies, let alone their consequences. Just look at the temperatures. This is apocalyptic. People will look back at this moment in time. This year will be read about in history books. Not just because of this, but also because of Trump. But it's all connected. It will all be seen as the failure of us. Imagine this. Okay, we are back in Nazi Germany. At what point? That was a. I'm a teenager again. At what point does it become justifiable to start killing Nazis? Is it when they start killing you? Is it when they start rounding you up? Is it when the campaign to exterminate you starts happening? All of these things. It's a classic question in school. Why didn't people fight back? Because people didn't think it was as bad as it was. The same shit is happening right now, and we will read about it in the history books, assuming we will have history books in the future. We'll read about this moment and Donald Trump, and they will draw the conclusion that these two are very connected. And the kids will ask, why didn't anyone fight back? This is our future. This is our kids' future. This is this is humanity's future being stolen from us by rich fuckers who wants to have a luxury vacation in their gaudy fucking horrible trailers. Oh, and they just have to have the car with them, you know? Can't drive around town in one of these, you know?
Colors. Again, it looks so contemporary. I really dig the look of this motorhome. Yeah. I really do. All right, let's talk about our first slide out, which is on this side. It's actually the living room section. It's 70 centimeter wide, 2.7 meters long, And there's another slide out on the other side, and combination of those two slide outs bring additional 30 square meters to this motorhome, which makes a huge difference. Now below that is our first access point. You can actually see some of the electrical panels, fuses. You can also see how meticulously organized this section is. It's very easy to service.
Oh. This reminds me, because it's the same gist. I'm sure this guy has reviewed homes as well. Yeah.
Hi everyone, my name.
Look at these disgusting homes. Like they always wait 1 year. Okay, no. They always do this, like always with everything. Look at how nice this is, and it's just electrical wiring. It reminds me of an old Eddie Izzard joke. Does she still go by Eddie Izzard? I think so. It goes something like this, where the queen greets a plumber, and she goes, "Oh my god, a plumber? What is that?" It reminds me perfectly of someone like that. Oh my god, look at this electrical wiring. How interesting. Oh my god. Oh yeah. Some fucking embarrassed billionaires, temporarily poor billionaires, are creaming their pants at the prospect of being able to buy this.
And coming this way, right in the center, we
Oh
have
yeah, when
our
I'm a
entry
billionaire,
door.
I'm gonna
now
have
it's closed right
3
now.
of these.
I'm gonna put in the passcode.
One for my wife and
What's the passcode?
kids.
I want to share
One
that
for my
with you.
mistress. And another one.
Staircase falls down,
Just
super
for me.
modern. You open up the door. This is your entry.
That looks really cool. It's like stepping onto a spaceship.
Literally.
I don't want to give away the interior yet, so I'm going to turn the camera away from it.
This is so beautiful, and let's actually close that on camera as well. There you go. That easy.
Very cool.
This is fantastic. Now, over here you can actually see
Look at the
these
luggage
seamless-
space. Wait. Is that the luggage space? Like, I know they have space inside the vehicle, but why?
You can actually see these seamless glass panels throughout the vehicle. Normally on motorhomes, you see these windows with flashings around them. And that's why some of these motorhomes look a little bit old school. But this one, all the aluminum panels and window panels are flush, and that's how you get this minimalist look. Now, I want to bring everybody here. We have a nice storage compartment, perfect place for a surfboard or a jet board.
Of course. You need your jet ski or sorry, your jet board. Whatever the fuck that is. I'm too poor to even know what a fucking jet board is. But I have to have my compartment for it.
Fit nicely. And Mike, I gotta show this detail to everyone. Let's see. Right?
That's new. Soft close.
Soft close. It's like an S-Class door or Rolls Royce.
Yeah.
You just close it enough and it just sucks it right in.
And is that on all the panels?
Correct, all the exterior panels.
Very cool.
Now, can we talk about these massive tires? This vehicle has rear wheel steering. And when you're dealing with 12 meters of length and
Wait. It's that long? It needs rear steering? Holy fucking shit.
this much height and width, having a feature like this comes in extremely handy. I'm sure a lot of you have been seeing those Mercedes S-Class and Hummer EV videos where cars are basically crab walking almost.
Yeah.
And it just helps with turning radius, parking, and it's kind of jarring to see in person. When they were parking this vehicle earlier on today, you literally see these massive tires turning.
Yeah, that's incredible. And on our last video we did, Dimbo video, we got a lot of comments that are like, how are you supposed to drive this thing in a city? So with this, you can make
Good
tight
question.
turns in a city like Budapest without any problems.
Absolutely. Now, let's talk about the integrated awning that's above us. I'm gonna press the button right here, kick this out. Second one is gonna be the sunshade. There you go. This thing is 6 meters wide. It kicks out about 3.5 meters. You can actually see these steel arms with LED lights to bring some lighting to this covered section here. It doesn't have any supporting legs, so it cantilevers. And look how smooth this thing operates. Everything about this motorhome is just so contemporary. And this awning has a built-in wind sensor, and once the wind goes above 39 kilometers an hour, which is around 24 miles an hour, it automatically retracts itself. It basically protects itself. So I wanted to point that out.
I mean,
Before we continue,
okay, so it does look like a bus. That's all it is. It's just a bus, and I'd rather have like a small, an old American school buses. I love those. Those look so nice, and I'd rather just convert one of those into a home, or like a what's it called? Is it really a motorhome? Yeah, I'd rather convert one of those into a motorhome than I do buy one of these. Rich people, an RV, yeah. The yellow ones, exactly. Rich people, again, they have no taste. This is new money being this is how you can differentiate between new money and old money. I don't think a lot of Americans know this, actually. There's new money always spends shit on lavish things like this. You can see it with middle class people. They also like things like this. What they don't realize is that it's soulless. They think, oh, look how nice it would be to have one of those things, not thinking how they will feel in it. Old money have this on lockdown. If you're gonna have money, I'd rather it be old than new. Old money at least have class, have style, have I wouldn't say I would say they have more it has more feeling, like something lasting longer, than this. You can let's do a relevant and recent example. Spider-Verse is culturally impactful. You will watch that shit for ages. You will see its influence in not just animation, but storytelling overall. Like, that shit will have a lasting impact on storytelling. New Disney animations look like shit compared to it. They feel like shit compared to it. However, they are shinier. I can't, oh, my keyboard is here. I want to Google something, but I can't. But the recent movie with they're living on a living planet, and they have to take care of the planet or it's gonna die on them. Shit like that. We can't just dig for oil. That, in terms of feeling, is this. Old money saved, new money spent. Yes, but the things old money spend money on are don't look like this. They have character, they have feeling, they have purpose. This is just to be flashy. Ah. Boop. So easy. And next to you, there's a poor family on the same camping lot, hammering down the nails in the ground. You know, the difference is the family in the camping with the camping gear, because this is not camping gear. The family with the camping gear probably happier. They probably have some sense of togetherness, some sense of something that binds them together. We've built this together. We put down the stakes together. We raised the tent together, and we'll do a fire. Do you think these guys are gonna have a fire pit? If they have a fire pit, it's gonna come out of the RV, and it's gonna be like a gas stove. There's not gonna be you're not gonna have this and then build your own fireplace. You know, you're not gonna have a grill outside. That's not what people like this do.
Our tour with that amazing motorhome, I want to take a moment to thank our video sponsor, BetterHelp.
Yeah.
Mental health
BetterHelp
is something that we take in the garage. Actually, you know what? I want to talk about something.
They call it the garage.
And now, let's get back to our tour. Now, Mike, you follow me this way. Let's cover the garage. Actually, you know what? I want to talk about something. So, last year was the...
I'm gonna watch Succession, okay? I will watch it. God damn it. God. I'll watch it, okay?
First time we toured a Denbel motorhome. And I don't know what happened on that tour, but I have lost myself. Mikey, I mentioned your name 50 plus times. And check this out, Mikey. If we go around the side, Mikey, below here, Mikey, and right here, Mikey. Now, Mikey, ready? Now, Mikey, check this out, Mikey. Now, Mikey, 8 stairs, Mikey. Actually, Mikey, and Mikey, ready?
Mikey, can you help me with this?
I really don't know what was going through my mind that day, but I want to apologize.
Like, this guy has, like, okay, I'm not gonna lie. I am a bit jealous of this guy. I'm not gonna lie. I do, because I don't have money. I want money, but if I can't have money, I'd love to just be able to tour the rich people's homes. The difference is I'd make fun of them. That would be my job. I wouldn't sell it. I'd make fun of it. Oh my God, there's chairs. They're designer chairs. Look at that. I still don't have a keyboard. It looks horrible. Ugh. What is this? Half my back wouldn't be supported by this. It's just lumbar supportment.
Thanks to everyone for mentioning your name so many times.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know what these trips are like. That was one of our first RV videos.
Correct.
We flew to Germany with very little sleep, shot the video almost immediately. You needed something to latch onto in the video.
And that was your name?
Yeah, that video is pushing 38 million views as of us filming this right now. And the top comment with almost 30,000 likes was making fun of you for that.
Crazy. All right, Mikey, let's talk about this large garage design.
Yeah.
Without a doubt, the most important and unique aspect of this motorhome. The fact that you can park this full-size vehicle inside of this motorhome. Now, here's how it works.
That's on the front. This, what is it? A turducken? A turducken? Is that what we're looking at? Oh yeah, go in the back door, baby.
Vehicle needs to be 4 meters or shorter. We have this beautiful Mercedes 280 SL here, but earlier on they actually had a Mini Cooper parked inside as well. And Denbel has a patented design.
By the way, old money versus new money. Elon Musk spends like he has new money, which he kind of does because he used to be the richest man on earth. But it comes from old money, or not old money, I guess. I don't know how many generations. But at least he's not the first rich person in his family. His father is rich beyond belief. And yet, he spends like new money.
The bedroom, which is located right above the garage, can lift up towards the ceiling to create enough ceiling height, and then you have this floor plate design that hydraulically pulls the vehicle inside of the garage. Crazy.
It's very cool.
Yeah, it is crazy.
It's so cool, and it's so efficient and refined. The engineering that's inside of this garage is crazy. And the fact that they designed the interior components on tracks, on these assemblies, to be able to move your bedroom literally up towards the ceiling to create enough ceiling height here for you to take your full-size car with you wherever you go. And once you arrive to your location, you pull out your car, you lower your bedroom, and you are set. This is fascinating. To me, this is the pinnacle of motorhome engineering.
Yeah, not only that, but I was talking with one of the Dimbel executives earlier. This garage actually has an EV charger.
Correct.
So as you drive, it can charge your electric vehicle if you choose to have that instead of a classic Mercedes.
I will add one more thing. They also have a washer and dryer in there.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't know that.
In the garage. Oh, you kidding me? This is a washer?
Washer and dryer.
Cover. Do you mind if I curse?
A washer for what? 3, 4 shirts? Maybe 2 pair of pants?
We don't have this in apartments in US. This is the craziest appliance I've ever seen in my life. You press the button right here, it opens up. This is
There's absolutely no space inside.
a washer and dryer. It's like the coolest washer and dryer, and if that wasn't enough, it's within this $1.5 million motorhome. Insane. And this door is also motorized. It goes up and down very smoothly.
That's very cool.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy. Now, since we're in Budapest, we also got a chance to see Dimbel's production facility here. And looking at this vehicle, understanding how it's fabricated and put together, and knowing that it's built on a Mercedes Actros chassis is really fascinating to me.
Oh, so it was a truck they just rebuilt. Or repurposed, I guess. Okay, that's why it looks like such so much like shit. Not that trucks can't be beautiful, but it's a truck. It's a work vehicle. It's not meant to be beautiful. It's meant to be functional and not be an eyesore on the road. You know, that's like all they care about. They don't care about it being beautiful. You don't drive it for pleasure, you know. It's strictly functional.
See the vehicle in its bare form, you realize that so much has to go in for it to be a Dimbel motorhome. Even though they're keeping the same engine, drivetrain, and the axles, they still have to fabricate the walls, roof above, and even the extended garage for it to turn into a complete motorhome. But the good thing is they're basing it off of an amazing vehicle. It's a Mercedes. It doesn't get much better than that. You can pretty much get this motorhome service anywhere in the world. And the part that I'm really shocked about,
I mean, okay. To be fair to them, that's smart. They're not doing a complete custom build. Repurposing a Mercedes, yeah, as I said, it can be serviced anywhere in the world. You can sell it to any country in the world, probably. So that's probably that's a good thing, all things considered, because they're selling to the rich and famous people here, and they would pay lots of money to have a complete custom build, probably.
Cockpit, actually, how they take this existing model, open up the gap here, integrate the rest of the motorhome to the cockpit, making it look like it was all built by the same brand is not easy, but I think Dimbel accomplishes that extremely well. Dimbel is a company that obsesses over quality of design and engineering. Because they manufacture all of their components in-house, they're able to closely monitor the quality of every single motorhome that leaves their assembly line. So we are at the first phase of their factory, meaning this is where they receive the trucks, modify the chassis, and then start rebuilding them in order to create the frame of a Dimbel motorhome.
And this is the next phase where you actually see when we actually do the
Fabrication.
the fabrication, the actual support for the wall, for the roofs, and for the bottom as well. Then we reconstruct the whole thing. We install all the engineering to the chassis, including the water tank, including the black water tank, and everything else what needs to be remodified. And then you can see these are the wall panel covered with aluminum to make sure that we got one solid whole entire side. So for the painting, that's why it looks so modern, no breaks in the lines.
Once the framework
I've got the board. Is it called a motherboard? I don't know. But it's wet.
is
and I need to
completed,
dry it
the
out.
motorhome goes to the next phase of the assembly line, the paint shop.
And this is when you get actually 6 layers of the paint. This is gonna be the
So just-
white.
There's a funny thing about this keyboard. I bought it secondhand actually, or used from a store. They had gotten a return, so they sold it for cheap. I think I got a few hundred kroners discount on it. However, this is not the first time I've spilt something on this. And the first time I just laid the keyboard upside down and I let it dry. And I checked. Oh, it stopped dripping. I opened it up. I had these 3 parts together and I couldn't find a way to remove them because I'm stupid. This is my first modular keyboard that I've had. So I didn't know that these things were keeping it all together. The keycaps. Oh, not the keycap. The exactuator. Is that what they're called? So I didn't know they were keeping it together. So this one, there's a fabric here. It's wet. It's really, really wet. So I'm gonna let it dry in the sun. Oh my god, it's been torn here. Oh my god. That's not an issue. I'm gonna go let this dry in the sun, so I can because it keeps dripping if you can see. Yeah. I'm gonna let it dry in the sun, and hopefully it's done when the video is over. Maybe I can just squeeze out. Never mind. I'm gonna let it dry. But yeah, so the first time I didn't let it dry. I didn't disassemble it this way. And since this retained a lot of water, the connections started to erode. And when I pressed one button, all right, it's this way. When I pressed one button, a lot of other buttons were pressed as well. So I couldn't type, I couldn't use it at all. So I contacted the reseller or the seller, and I asked him, what's going on? It stopped working. I didn't tell them I spilled water on it. It stopped working. So I sent it down. They didn't ask a single question, and they sent me a complete brand new one because they couldn't know if I had fucked it up or the previous person had fucked it up. So I got a completely new keyboard thanks to that. And that's how you scam the system, boys. Give me a second. Okay, let's finish this video.
Color of a smart garage motorhome. This is actually on the 4th layer right now. 2 more to come.
Gotcha. And it's that many layers to ensure that you protect all the aluminum panels and really seal off this motorhome.
Absolutely, but it also gives you a very clean design. When you look at from here, you don't see any edges, you don't see any breaks.
panels.
Absolutely.
Finally, let's move to the last phase of the assembly line, where skilled engineers and technicians carefully install all the remaining components required to finish the motorhome and complete construction.
And this is where we're going to finally assemble all the bits and pieces, millions of bits and pieces, to make sure when you receive your RV, you're going to really experience a wow effect. So this is where the real cooking, the real magic happens.
Now, I want to recap this. Building a motorhome is technically like building a house. You have your foundation, which in this case is a Mercedes Actros. But then, in order to make it a motorhome, it's fully fabricated. It's a full steel envelope. After that, you're basically fabricating and piecing out all your components, your flooring.
Wow, do you see that? Wait.
So this is where the real cooking, the real magic happens.
Now, I want to recap this. Building a motorhome is technically like building a house. You have your foundation, which in this case is a Mercedes Actros. But then, in order to make it a motorhome, it's fully fabricated.
There. Wow, look at all those steel beams. Like, I knew the weight of the whole thing was gonna be extravagant. But there's no other way to make it, like, what the fuck? Is it really necessary to be that? Well, I guess it has to be, considering all the shit that's in it. But damn, that's heavy.
It's a full
Again,
steel
the gas guzzler.
envelope. After that, you're basically fabricating and piecing out all your components, your flooring, insulation, windows and doors, electrical panels. And to me, it's really fascinating to see that motorhome can be taken to such extent where you have all this luxury and amenities packed into such an efficient space. That's why I'm so impressed with the team at Denbal for seamlessly integrating all these components together, and this is the final product. Now, I want to cover this slide out section here. I feel like even though it may seem like a simple addition to this vehicle, it's actually very difficult to engineer a piece like this. Mikey, think about it for a second. You are detaching a piece from the motorhome. You have to worry about water, air, how you seal it, and how this component functions year after year.
Yep.
It may just seem like a piece that kicks out, but it's so much more than that. The hydraulics behind it, fit and finish around this opening, and how this cantilever section carries all the weight that's above it.
I think whenever you have any moving part to any machine like this, it's like we see it with yachts a lot. If they'll have like a lower deck that opens up, it's like that opens up so many problems with waterproofing and, you know, weather sealing and everything that comes along with that.
Well, also keep in mind, it's not a house. It doesn't stand in one location. It moves, it flexes. And when I was going through their spec sheet, I read this really interesting information. Let's say you travel to a colder climate and it snows. You actually cannot close this slide out.
I didn't think about that. That makes sense.
That's why they have a heater on top.
I was just going to say, they have a heater. They have a heater on top to remove snow. Imagine having to walk upstairs, have a ladder where you can just scrape it off. Imagine. Oh, couldn't be me. I need a heater. I can't have my butler. Okay. Brilliant idea. They have this, the whole family, whatever. But they also need the staff, you know? Do you think the staff is riding with them? Nah. The staff is going to sleep in tents. The staff is going to have like a separate, a whole separate thing. The family's going to stay there.
Top of it to melt the snow. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's such a complex piece, but when you look at this motorhome, you're like, oh, that's a seamless slide out, not a big deal.
It just opens up web of more engineering issues to solve, you know?
Absolutely. And that's why I have so much respect. I feel like I get so excited when it comes to these motorhomes or these technical challenges that these brands solve. Now, let's cover some of the openings here. On the right-hand side is the storage compartment that we saw earlier. Coming this way, you can see some of the electrical components and power sources.
And we still haven't seen the
for this
interior, by the
vehicle.
way.
That's a 5K generator, Fisher Panda. Above the vehicle, you can have up to 6 solar panels that generate 330 watts each, and you can store the electricity that comes from these solar panels in these lithium-ion batteries right here. They're 200 amp hour each, and you can have up to 5 lithium-ion batteries on this vehicle. Super cool. Some of your hydraulic lines, plumbing lines, you can actually see some of the cutoff valves here. And while we're on this subject, this motorhome has a 1,000-liter freshwater tank, 500-liter black water tank, and 450-liter gray water tank. So I wanted to point that out. Pretty incredible vehicle.
What's a gray water tank? Okay, fresh water, drinking, etc., etc. Sure. A bit much, but sure. If you buy all of this, why not? Black water tank, I get it. Wastewater. Gray water tank? What is it? Is that for like dishes, perhaps? Like, do you use the hand washed, the water you use for hand washing? Does that go to the gray water tank, perhaps?
Our tour on the exterior, but I want to mention one more thing.
If so,
The
I mean,
team at Dem-
for it gives the illusion of environmentally friendly, at least. It gives the illusion of it.
Bell has been so accommodating, and they knew that we're going to travel across the world to come to Budapest to do this tour, that they brought one of their RVs for us, parked right outside, just so we can walk outside,
Scania.
rest in the motorhome, run our
Swedish.
production, and be comfortable here. Now, what's so special about that motorhome is the fact that that's the first one they have ever produced. And it's so inspiring to see the evolution of their company from that motorhome to this vehicle right here. Fascinating. And with that, we're done with our tour here. Now, let's go check out the interior.
Oh,
The details start.
oh, the soullessness. This looks like Star Trek. I'm getting Star Trek feelings. I'm getting. I've never been a fan of Star Trek. I like the message of Star Trek, but the design of Star Trek I've always found, because it's, and I get it, it's futuristic, it's whatever, but this, you don't bring Star Trek into the real world.
At the staircase landing,
Oh.
chrome and glass railing.
There's a railing. There's railing even.
Really nice sturdy door. Bug screen on this side. Let's close that real quick.
Wait.
There you go. And you even have a fingerprint opener here. Now,
Fingerprint opener. By the way, what happens if you cut the power? Like, this is gonna be easy to break into, right? Like, you can cut the power because it's outside. You can just break it open, cut the power. What then? What happens to the door then? Does it stay locked? Are you not able to open it? Is there a secret lock you can just twist?
now, off of the landing on our right-hand side, we have the seating area, built-in couch.
Of course,
all these
champagne.
windows bring in natural light. I love how the corners are curved. All these smooth, exquisite finishes. By the way, this is the first slide out that we showcased on the outside. Then you have your coffee table here that swivels, and at the same time you can also raise it and lower it so you can use this space as your dining room as well. Looking around, details here are absolutely fantastic. Look at the floors, how this plush carpet and this ceramic flooring merges in the center and it curves on this
They
side.
have carpet in an RV. carpet.
And you look on the ceiling and you realize that's the same pattern here as well. Light box design. You have these contemporary panels with LED strip lighting, copper tones on the kitchen, whiter tones on the seating area. This looks like an exquisite, I want to say, Italian yacht.
This looks like a spaceship. Yeah.
You said
Like
it
I
better than
said,
did.
Star Trek.
Yeah.
We are in a motorhome. Just because it's a motorhome, it doesn't mean it cannot be architectural, unique, different. Look at the space that we're in.
It's incredible.
This is fascinating. All right, Mikey, follow me this way. Let's cover the cockpit.
Wait, oh
We have
God!
four-
I assumed that was a screen actually, but no, it's a window. Okay.
Unique, different. Look at the space that we're in.
It's incredible.
This is fascinating. All right, Mikey, follow me this way. Let's cover the cockpit. We have four independent chairs
The cockpit? It's called the cockpit?
here. These are massaged, heated, and cooled. Super nice. Obviously, you can turn them around to accommodate as an additional seating for your living room. I gotta show what's above first before we make a move. Let's see.
I do remember this detail from last year. I thought this was really cool.
Look how nice
There's a
the
bed.
bunk bed set up here, right? I'm gonna lower it as much as I can for now. Normally you would lean these seats backwards so you can actually lower this bed all the way to this level. This has to be one of the coziest motorhome bedroom sections we have ever seen. Look how nice the ceiling padding here is. Mood lighting throughout. Reading lights. Do you know that even the skylight here and the roof is heated?
I really want to stay up there. I think next time we work with Dimbo, we have to ask.
It's heated. Because, again, if it snows, you don't want to go up on the roof to remove it. No. You have to heat it.
them if we can sleep on this thing.
Well, they actually offered us to keep the motorhome for a few days and stay in it and do an experience video. The problem is we just don't have the time.
I hate you. We should have done,
Because
done
we
that.
produce too many videos for us to dedicate a few days. But hopefully in the future we can do that. And let us know in the comments below if you want us to stay in this motorhome for a few days and give you all like the full experience of what it's like to use this motorhome.
I'm kind of sad that you told me that. I wish I didn't know that.
I knew you were going to be bummed. But this space is great. This bed is 220 centimeters long and 165 centimeters wide. It's a double bed.
Yeah, it looks really cool up there.
Incredible. All right.
Why are there these chairs here? I guess when they move, the side panels have to come in, so you can't really sit in the back. Which, whenever I think of an RV, a recreational vehicle, I think of having a driver and a passenger, perhaps, and the friends in the back, which you take turns driving, are playing cards or just hanging out. You know, they can be behind, back there with no issues. But in this, because of the side panels moving, you probably need to sit up front. But hey, it's cooled, it's heated, it's even got massage chairs.
Let's check out the cockpit.
Let's do it.
The interior of this motorhome is so impressive. It's hard to believe that this is a motorhome cockpit. I mean, it feels like a luxurious SUV here. Almost every single surface is leather wrapped. These seats are so comfortable. You have great visibility. You feel super cool driving this motorhome because you have fantastic elevation, great visibility.
You feel super cool driving this truck. It's a truck. You're driving a truck. You do not feel super cool driving it. Or you shouldn't feel, at least.
Your side mirrors are screens. How much more cooler can a car get?
Again, it feels,
Spaceship.
you said it feels like a luxury SUV. It feels like a spaceship.
Spaceship. And I mean,
There's
every surface
screens?
I touch, every knob, every detail is so exquisite. You have a nice open shelf here. And we had
I
a
tried to pause it with the space bar. They have screens for side mirrors. It's a fucking mirror. I understand the need to have a screen for the rear view, because there is no rear view. But the sides? Why? Why?
A chance to drive this motorhome yesterday, and it rides fantastic. I mean, we couldn't come.
Oh my god, it just hit me. You need to have a special driver's license for this, don't you? Like, you can't just on a regular car driver license drive this, can you? It just hit me. It just hit me.
All the way to Budapest without getting the team at Dembel to give us a ride, so we could see how it handles itself on the road. So it's been a few hours since we've been driving this motorhome, and I gotta say, now that I've spent all this time in it, I'm so impressed with how comfortable
Wait.
it handles itself on the road. So it's been a few hours since we've been driving.
They have exterior mirrors so you can watch the side of the road so you know how close you are. Why not just put a side mirror on it, which can integrate these two? I guess I'm assuming. Why?
Driving this motorhome, and I gotta say, now that I've spent all this time in it, I'm so impressed with how comfortable it is. And I can see myself opening up my laptop.
Imagine one of these screens go dark and you need to repair it or replace it. Where the fuck do you get one of these panels? These panels are not off the shelf. Can you just buy a regular TV screen and put it up there if you want? Can you? Like, is it an HDMI cable you can just reroute? Oh.
Laptop here, getting some work done, enjoying the scenery. It's quite impressive. We were already out on the road driving the motorhome, so I had to ask them to let me drive, and luckily they said yes. Albert, it's time. You need to trust me with your life. How do I put it in drive? Unlock and then drive?
D? No, just rotate it.
Oh, that's it? Okay. First off, it's incredibly easy to drive. This steering wheel is just so soft, and because my vision is so clear and these side mirrors, these screens are just massive, it's actually relatively easy to drive. We always value going in depth and showcasing as much as possible. And even though I'm getting a very little glimpse of driving, I just wanted to make sure that I also got a chance to see what it's like to be on the driver's side. And I gotta say, it's just as comfortable as I thought. It's so easy, and quite frankly, you feel kind of a badass driving this motorhome. We toured last year's model, and we were really impressed with that motorhome. But this model, with some of the new features, amenities, and details they have added, it feels really well built. Its fit and finish feels very, very strong. I feel like I'm more impressed this time.
Yeah, maybe our appreciation for the product has just grown a little bit. We've seen a lot since then, toured a lot, but down to just like the craftsmanship and quality, like they have leather stitching in the doors and
Their attention to detail.
exactly.
It's quite impressive, and I agree with you. This cockpit also looks really good. Now next, let's take everybody to the kitchen.
Let's do it.
Now I really like the modern approach they took when they designed this kitchen. It really matches the rest of the motorhome. Your built-in appliances start here. Miele wine fridge.
They
How
have
elegant
a
is-
wine fridge. Of course they have a wine fridge. You can't travel without your 200-year-old wine bottles, I guess.
I love that they would put a wine fridge in here, but not only that, they would make it a Miele wine fridge.
Miele oven.
Yeah, very cool.
And you have a dishwasher drawer here.
Is
Come
that
on.
a brand I'm too poor to know about? Because I've never heard about them.
Super cool. And if all that wasn't enough, you come over here to your induction cooktop, and this is one of the coolest induction cooktops I've ever seen in my life. Ready for this, Mikey? Did you know this?
What is that?
That's your vent, hood vent.
Really?
It's integrated into the stovetop.
I'm surprised we've never seen that in a home before.
I'm surprised too.
Yeah.
Or in a yacht.
I haven't seen it in a home. I've seen it in commercials, so I'm not surprised. I mean, if I'm gonna build an RV, yeah, I'm gonna have an induction top with this type of thing on. Sure. By the way, my sister-in-law and her partner and kid just moved apartment from a two-room flat to a 3-room flat, so their 1-year-old kid can have his own room. Their apartment is rebuilt from a 5-room apartment down to 2 different, 1 3-room and 1 2-room. The kitchen was part of the other apartment, so they had to rebuild a completely new kitchen, which is part of the living their living room. It doesn't have a vent. So what they have is coal fiber, a coal fiber filter on top of the stove. But the fan is so strong that the filter is pushed out of its place. It is mental. And also, when they moved in, they noticed, hey, there's water damage all over the place. So now, just having moved in, they're going to have to live somewhere else because they're going to have to remove all the flooring in the kitchen/living room. All the flooring. And they even have to remove the entirely new appliances in the kitchen just to get at the water damage. But they could use one of these. they could
That's such an
absolutely use one of
elegant
these.
design. That way you can have the top all open. They have this beautiful paneling with LED lighting. Look at this black wood paneling that's curved in the corners, contrasting nicely against the copper tones. And right in the center of this kitchen, we got this beautiful awning window. Now, the first detail I appreciate about this window are these steel handles. They're so sturdy and they're very satisfying to operate.
Yeah.
And obviously in front of this window, we have...
They look like aluminum handles, not steel handles. Like, this guy is too upper middle class, to know the difference, I guess.
It picks up speed.
Automatic shades?
Your
It picks up
blinds,
speed.
Let's put them down, and on the
That's
back,
the
bug screen.
what?
I like that sound.
I love that sound.
Yeah.
Everything operates so well, and this awning window gives great views and ventilation to this kitchen. Now, let's focus on the countertops for a second. On this side, we have the sink. It's currently covered with a pop-up faucet.
Very yacht-like.
Very yacht-like, exactly. We got to talk about the hardware and kitchenware this kitchen comes with. All Demel branded. Precision is the name of the game with this motorhome.
Yeah.
Everything needs to be so well fitted. And personally, I love it.
Well,
They have it comes with utensils that they've designed themselves. Why?
I know that you love these little details. As I've said, our last video with Dimbell did extremely well online, and I saw a few people kind of poking fun at you for some of these details that you pointed out.
They have espresso cups branded with Demel.
That's insane. That's crazy.
Best part.
That is-
Mikey, that is the best part. Look at this. These branded espresso cups. Ooh.
That's awesome.
You recognize the branding?
Oh my god.
Oh, it's branded.
Well, love it or hate it, I'm going to talk about details. I have a lot of respect for people who pay attention to details, and this motorhome is all about it.
That's right.
Now, speaking of details, This is your fridge.
Does it have Dunbill wine? By the way, red wine does not go in the fridge. And also, you have a wine fridge. Why is there wine in the fridge? You have a fridge just for the wine. Why do you have the wine in the fridge? And why is it red?
Down below is your freezer. Pretty good size. Then you have your TV here, right in front of your seating area and the kitchen. And this is the common area of this motorhome. Now, before we move forward, I want to talk about two more details.
Looks like shit.
Number one, we
Looks like
currently
shit.
have the slide outs expanded. But when you want to drive this vehicle, you have to collapse it back. Obviously, it's super spacious right now, but once you close these walls, this interior space looks totally different. Number two is the
And that's why there are 4 seats in the front.
air conditioning system. This motorhome is extremely quiet. It's really well insulated. In fact, all the windows, roof, basically every panel you can think of is heated. And when I say heated, these windows can be heated up to 30 to 40 Celsius. In this motorhome, they have a fantastic thermal envelope. They have floor heating throughout. And on top of that, their air conditioning system.
Everything is heated. Well, I guess we can't have, I don't know. I have no words. This is crazy. This is insane. This is so much excess.
Which is Fujitsu, runs on this low circulation system, meaning I believe they run it constantly, but they run it at such low speed that it's basically whisper quiet.
And I'm sure that increases its efficiency too, because this is battery powered most of the time after all.
Exactly. And Mikey, look around. Are you seeing any AC diffusers? Everything is hidden.
Yeah.
Seamless. They're just lightly diffusing cooled air throughout the space.
Well, it feels great in here.
I agree. All right, let's continue our tour. Couple more things. Let's get nerdy for a second. So they have a Siemens control panel here. On the screen, you can read and operate every function of this motorhome. Doors, light fixtures, tank levels. If you have any issues, you can actually troubleshoot it here. And not only this screen, this motorhome comes with its own app. You can be anywhere in the world and you can unlock the doors, turn on the light fixtures, check your tank levels.
For me, one of the differentiators in
I'm just seeing security. What?
quality is how well their software is designed. And this app and the whole front end of their operating system is like so seamless and immediate feedback. If you touch anything, there's no lags or delays. It just is really high quality.
To me, that's super impressive. That's not something easy to accomplish.
Yeah.
Now, Mikey, let's show this detail. If you want to seal off the bedroom section, you can do that. And follow me this way. We have
What's on the other side, Mikey? I want to see the other side. Is it just a panel to seal off the bed area so that the rich people don't have to talk to the driver? Is that it? By the way, I noticed something. Where are we? 30 minutes. When I sealed off, where's the off sealing? That's too far. Is this it?
Right.
now, speaking of details,
Nope.
These branded.
Is it further back? I don't think so.
side we have the sink. It's currently covered. Kitchen comes
I pointed out.
espresso. Details. Number one, we currently have the slide out
Yeah, okay, here we are.
expanded. But when you want to drive, Obviously, it's super spacious right now, but once you close these
Yeah.
walls,
Here we go.
this interior space looks totally different.
No, okay,
Number
okay,
two
okay. I was wondering if
conditioning system. This motorhome
never mind. I was wondering if the TV was completely visible or not when it's smushed together, but apparently not. So, because the rich people are not the ones driving, that's the poor people doing that. And I was wondering if the rich people would be turned backwards to just enjoy the TV, you know, play some games probably or whatever, or if they're forced to interact with the poor persons, and they are apparently forced to interact with the poor persons. That's interesting. That's gonna dock some money. They could have gotten more money otherwise, probably. Anyway.
space, so impressive.
So
Pack it
impressive.
with features and functionalities. And
Oh my god.
this is what that space represents. You have your toilet here with its
Is that a heated toilet?
functions. It's also heated.
Yeah, of course. Of course it is. Of course it is.
Above that is a heated towel rack.
Yep,
And
a
then
heated
you have
rack.
your walk-in shower. And it's so exquisite. The fixtures here.
Is the handle
handheld.
heated on the
These
shower head?
shampoo racks. Rain head above with LED lighting.
I hate
And
those. I hate those.
In case you're wondering how you close this section off, you just unlatch it there, close this section here, and go.
Oh, it just hit me. No. The rich people are not in the front. They're probably in the back. They probably have some way of being in the bedroom in the back. That's where the rich people are.
That's very cool.
Walk-in shower.
I really like that.
Fantastic, right? And look how easy it folds back. Boom. I had to do this, Mike, you know.
Yeah.
Had to.
Your branded bathrobes. Are you seeing these built-in Antonio Lupi rope hangers?
No, I just
Never seen this. Mikey, we've toured over 250 plus homes.
Yeah. Why would a home have latches integrated into the wall like that? What's the purpose in a normal home, Mikey, or whatever? Not Mikey. What's your name?
We've traveled across the world to find the most exquisite assets out there. This is the first time I'm seeing this feature. Kudos to them, Bell.
Very cool. I'm a little distracted by the robes. I'm wondering if they'll give us some.
More souvenirs.
That's right, yeah.
And then you have your vanity here. I mean, give me a break. The sink, glass top, chrome integration, your LED lit mirror, curved corners, color combination, all of it coming together with a light box design above. This bathroom is out of a $50 million yacht. It's that impressive. That's it. That's all I gotta say. More Antonio Lupi.
Very nice.
Now, welcome to the bedroom suite. You see the seam on the floor right there, Mikey?
Oh yeah?
You know why? Because this section raises. Remember we talked about it at the garage?
Right.
from
No,
the
you
inside.
can't be back there then. So you're actually forced to be up front with the poor people. That's sad. If I'm rich, I don't want to be with poor people.
Really?
But I'm going to have to film that in a little bit, so yeah.
Well, welcome. Come on in. This bedroom is super cozy. You have your double bed here. Look at all the wall panels. Ceiling is nicely clad with this material, and then you have this light box design. Two massive windows bringing natural light.
No
This
sky
section
ceiling?
is actually
No
awning.
sky
Obviously,
window?
you have your book screen, automatic
Sad.
shades, all that good stuff. Your cabinetry is nicely tucked to the back. TV's right here.
Oh, there's a TV,
Another
thank
fun
God.
fact about this motorhome. As soon as you turn on the ignition, you're ready to drive, all your doors magnetically lock.
Like exterior...
Everything,
storage.
cabinetry, everything just locks.
Really?
Which is a nice safety feature too. Now, one more detail. You ready for this? We have the built-in closet there, right? You have a touch sensor here that I just gently brushed.
That's very cool. I love how they have that little door on the top that swings open when it slides.
Everything in this motorhome is like motorized. And it has
You have to crawl on the bed to get there, don't you?
so much respect for the team at Dembel for going out of their way to make every aspect of this motorhome so functional. It's impressive,
between the build quality, design, all of it
Like,
coming.
why wouldn't they do the other way, where there's a walk path? Like, you can walk up here, you can probably lean a little, you know? No. You have to crawl over the bed to get there.
Together, this motorhome is truly one of a kind. The Dembel team has poured their heart and soul into creating something truly extraordinary. From the sleek exterior to the luxurious interior, every detail has been meticulously crafted to elevate the motorhome experience to new heights. In coming here, we had the privilege of learning from the minds behind Dembel. The company generously shared their insights and hospitality and did their very best to make sure the time we spent here would not be forgotten.
We are super excited having Enes and his team here at the Denver factory. So we decided to surprise him with something.
Everything okay?
Everything okay?
Enes,
How about you?
okay.
Good.
Harris, we have a surprise for you.
Okay.
You remember you were here 2021 with one of our RV,
Yes.
Tampa. And that turned out to be a super success as far as I know.
Correct.
Was it the number one? For the number one?
Yes,
The best in the world?
I hope so.
So here it is. Please.
Oh, I love
Remember.
it. Look at this.
I hate it.
Number one NSU Mazda, the most watched RV video in the world, Dembel. It's a fact. 38 plus million views.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure to have you, and thank you everything.
This
Fantastic.
is pretty cool.
I want to personally thank them again on behalf of me and the team, and I can't wait to see what the future brings for Dembel.
Well, that's a video. That's like, we have people starving in the streets. But hey, at least the logo is lit up with LEDs. I saw probably 10 years ago or something. I saw or heard or read or whatever an analysis of lights and the amount of money we spend on lights have not gone down despite the prices and the sizes going down, because we just integrate more lights instead. Like, more lights. Oh, it's cheaper. More lights. Why not cutting back? More lights. Like, my computer screen has lights in the back that does nothing. I never see them. I never notice them. I could do without them without issue. But the gamer lights have to be there for some reason. I have lights down here as well. I don't know. Maybe they're from the same source, just routed down, but somewhere. I have no idea. I don't need those. I never notice them. I never look at them at all. We just need lights. But yeah, that was a horrible video, to say the least. But I mean, what do you expect when the dude $250 million penthouse? Damn. Like, just look. Okay, here we go. We're not gonna watch the entire thing. We're just gonna see. Like, this is villainy. Oh, there's another motorhome, of course. This is a villain's lair. He's touring villain's lairs at the moment. Doesn't he? Hey, Blaze. Yes, I am back. And I'm on medication. I've talked about it already, so yeah, you're going to have to go back to watch it. But yeah, I am back. I'm not dead. Not yet. I'm just stunned at the amount. I've seen one home, two homes that I think are nicely looking, at least. Like all of these are just where the villain lives. Like seriously, can't you see a villain speech at that window? A villain sipping on the blood of children from that balcony. But here, Lake Como, Italy, I do not see a villain living. I see a royalty. I see, yeah. Oh God, look at that view. I don't see villains. I see old money. I see a duke living, and of course they've destroyed it all. Of course they've destroyed the interior. What is this? Have they have destroyed the soul? Oh my God, look. Of course, oh God. No, that's the people living there, I'm assuming. Is that the that's the not the living quarters. This is the staff quarters, you know. Yeah, they've destroyed the interior, that's for sure. They've destroyed the exterior as well, it seems. Like I want to see what this looked like before, because this I love. If I had money, I'd absolutely live like this, like in a mansion in a small villa in Italy. Sure, why not? What is this? Looks like a pastry shop. Here, looks like a pastry shop, doesn't it? Like or a hotel kitchen where you walk by here to gather the food, and then you go sit down at the table and you eat your food. Like it's... But yeah, they've this training equipment here. That's so rounded corners like that in glass. Yeah, no, I can't. They destroyed it. It's okay. Now here we go. This is old money. This is really old money. I like this. This is not destroyed. Like, I wouldn't have all these paintings of old dudes, of course. That wouldn't be me. That couldn't be me, because I don't have old dudes on paintings. But yeah, this is modern yet true to the... I'll allow it. Yeah, okay, now we're talking. Sure, you need modern amenities in a modern, or in an old home as well. Sure. I don't know if an elevator is really necessary, but sure, the staff can't walk the stairs. Sure, I'll allow it.
Seating area.
Oh my God, look at that. I can see myself playing poker here. Again, if I had money, this is what I'd buy. This is what I'd live in. Sure. Maybe not this big. I don't need all that space. Holy shit. But me and my closest 20 friends, sure, why not? And this is a pool befitting of that type of home. Not a fucking infinity pool. Okay. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. I'm gonna see if it's dried up. It's not completely right. Blaze, I spilt water. I spilled water all over my keyboard, so I have it in pieces, so I can let it. Because there's one piece that retains all the water, and it's hanging outside to dry. But I don't have any direct sunlight there, so it's taking a bit longer than I expected. Oh, that was fun to watch. That was touring Italian villa in the mountains of Beverly Hills. Okay, we've just seen 2 Italian villas, one destroyed, one preserved. What would a Beverly Hills? Oh, thank you. I've destroyed one of these keyboards that way already. I don't want to destroy the other one. What does a disgusting recreation of an Italian villa in Beverly Hills look like? What do they think? Oh, what is this? That's just going to be annoying. That's going to retain dust. That's all I'm thinking of. This is just going to be a dust collector. Like, you're going to have to go over there and dust it every fucking week. Or, okay, correction. Your staff is going to have to do that. And again, what the fuck? I don't mind. Okay, since it's a modern building, I don't mind it as much. I just wouldn't have it for myself necessarily. And this is so American. This is so American. This floor. Wooden floor. People. And take off your shoes. Please. I know that's not an Italian thing, but please. Wait, did the actual Italian villa... Did the actual Italian villa have... What kind of flooring did it have? Is this me being a Nordic? No. Oh, stone. I see stone. I see stone. I don't see marble. I see stone. Or is it lime, perhaps? I see stone. Stone. That's grass. Stone. There. Wood. Marble in the kitchen. Wait, was this the destroyed home, or this was destroyed home? I don't want. This is what I want. Wood. No, okay, sorry. That's the one we were looking at. It had wood. Okay, that's interesting. Where's the? Not that one. Where is it? We just looked at it. There we go. I see dark wood, as I'd expect. The bathroom doesn't have wood, sure. Wood.
To be and
I see more wood. I see even more wood. The hallway seems to be stone. Wood. Wood. Oh. Wood. Stone. Maybe lime. Stone, maybe lime. Again, the bathroom, sure. Stone. What I'm not seeing is fucking marble on the floor. You don't have marble on the goddamn floor. You have wood. Wood. Okay, so maybe it's just the entrance, and they want it to be a bit gaudy because this is new money speaking. Oh my god. I can't keep going. I can't. It's just gonna make me mad. It's just gonna make me mad. But I closed the window I wanted to have open. That's not good. Let's shift gear and talk about Spider-Verse. First of all, amazing movie, Blaze. If you haven't seen it and you don't want spoilers, I'm gonna try to avoid spoilers, but there's gonna be spoilers today. Amazing goddamn movie. I have devoured the first one. Like, I don't think this is going to come as a surprise to anyone, considering this is my I can even show you my second screen instead. Oh, sorry. That's better. This is my second screen. Like, I love this scene so fucking much. It is my absolute one of. Oh, great. Then perfect. I cannot tell you how much I love this movie. It is probably. It's too early. It might be my favorite movie ever, actually. Even though it's just part one. But I can just imagine this trilogy being watched together. Like, I know my girlfriend's one of them. People love Lord of the Rings. I'm okay with Lord of the Rings. I think they're fine. I'm not that. Like, for the time being and the cultural impact and yada, 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 they are amazing cultural achievements. Sure. For me, Spider-Verse is going to be my movie that I watch. If they're going to come out with an extended version of it, I don't think that's going to come out. But yeah, I can't overextend how much I love it, the first one. And the second one just shot for the moon, and they fucking landed. They nailed it. I was wondering how they're gonna make a Spider-Man the villain, but they goddamn achieved it. And it's a great meta story. Where, because the main villain is really the Miguel O'Hara. He is, and they're just not hinting at it, but they're giving you a taste of it. He's not really Spider-Man. He's a scientist that wanted to be Spider-Man or something. I don't remember exactly. But he takes a serum. He's some sort of vampire, I think. It's a bit weird. They haven't delved deep into it. They've just hinted at it and they've just mentioned it. So I'm guessing the next one is gonna be delving deeper into that lore and how he became who he is and why and yada yada yada. So I mean, it's they pulled it off. Like there's one scene, and I was worried as I was watching it when Miles Morales realizes what's happening, and he realizes that, or they tell him you can't leave, but he gets the opportunity to run, and he runs. And the entire chase that you've seen in theaters, the entire or in commercials, if you haven't seen the movie, the entire chase, I kept thinking, why doesn't he turn invisible? And it bothered me so much. Because they've always, when you rewatch the movie, you find new details. Like, and I'm talking about the first one. You find new details that, oh, that's why this happened, and and that's connected to this and that and all of that. Like Gwen Stacy, why was she a week early? Like, Blaze, why was Gwen Stacy a week early in the original Spider-Verse movie? Do you know? Have you figured it out? Have you thought about it? Did you even react to it? That's a pretty big plot hole. Why would she be a week early? Because the movie starts with an explosion. They're as Miles walks to the school, and he stops by his old school, and he talks to his friends, or his old classmates, or schoolmates, whatever. And they ask him, "How did you sleep last night?" He's like a baby. Why? Because there was an explosion. They had already tested it. So the explosion that brought all the spider people into Miles' universe, she was by that drawn back 1 week earlier to the first explosion. I mean, so they have thought of everything. And, oh God, I can't type. They've even thought of Miles' colors. When he first meets Spider-Man, and they have the tingling at the same time, they look at each other. And this isn't something that I thought of myself. This is something I saw someone else mention. No, it's not there. Okay, whatever. He turns purple and green the first time he meets Spider-Man. The tingles go. But that is transitioned into red and blue. So he goes from a future Prowler to a future Spider-Man because he met Spider-Man. And he was influenced by him rather than his uncle. Because the first person, when he realized it... Do I have a fly in the background? I see some... The first person he tries to call, because he can't call his dad. His dad is a cop. The first person he calls... and he doesn't have the best relationship with his dad. The person he calls, who he has a good relationship with, who would listen to him, is his uncle. And his uncle didn't pick up because he's the Prowler. He was down doing business with the Kingpin. So instead he goes down there and he meets Spider-Man, and that's the branch where he becomes Spider-Man rather than the Prowler. In this movie, we see what happens, and spoilers, we see what happens if he doesn't meet Spider-Man. We see what happens. Well, we also see what happens if Spider-Man isn't present, but because Miles doesn't meet Spider-Man, he doesn't become a good guy. He doesn't have a good role model to look up to. So he looks up to his uncle. I mean, it's just, they have thought of everything. So going back to the chase, I was thinking, why doesn't he turn invisible? Why? He could just slip away and nobody would probably find him ever if he wanted to. He could hide forever if he wanted to, but he didn't. Because he wanted to lure the spider people away from there. And when he did turn invisible, when he does slip away, I'm like, oh, that is so fucking smart. Because he doesn't. Like, I lured you all here, you fucking moron. Bye-bye. It is brilliant storytelling. I am struggling to find plot holes that doesn't make sense. And that is rare for movies like this, right? Like, look at any superhero movie and you go, why didn't they have but they could just do, but last movie the Hulk isn't strong enough now? Why? Oh, he doesn't turn into the Hulk. Why not? Oh, he's the emotions. He's sad and the Hulk doesn't want to come out and play. Like, whatever. That's bad storytelling. That's creating. It's not intelligent. Miles doesn't turn invisible out of a tactical option, or not option, a tactical choice. While as in the standard Marvel and DC movies, they don't do the thing because now they can't because of some contrived reason. That's just bad storytelling. Like, it's in the first movie, it's good because Miles can't control his powers. Okay, good. That's fine. That's perfectly fine to do. But once you control the powers, you have to the emotions. If you're sad, you can't control your powers again. Like, it's stupid. It's contrived. It's played out. Once here, once there. And I mean, not once here, once there per movie or even per series or per character. I mean, once here, once there, period. But in like every other movie, come on. So I'm really happy they didn't fall into those tropes. Really, really happy. The one thing that I can look at this movie and critique really and say that, like, really just I didn't like. First of all, way too much backstory, way too much retelling of the first movie. Just assume people have watched it. Because most people have, and if you haven't, you're stupid. You just allow people to don't. Okay, you can have a little backstory. You can have a little history from the first movie, sure. But then, like, they go through the entire goddamn first movie. Give it a rest. The second thing is, I didn't appreciate the live action excerpts from the movies. I don't know. It felt jarring. I understand why. I just didn't. That felt like a Donald Glover felt like a Lord and Miller decision to have because they hired him for it. But the other things, like the Tom Holland, the God, I can't remember their name. Andrew Garfield and whatever his name is, the original one. those three being included and it's short, that felt like a Sony decision. That didn't feel like a Lord and Miller decision. I could be wrong, but it felt a bit shoehorned in. Like, oh, people have to know that this is connected. They're all part of the same extended universe. Like, whatever. We don't need that. Come to think of it, Donald Glover plays both Miles Morales then and his uncle? That just hit me right now. Because he's in, was it the second Tom Holland movie? No Way Home? No, not No Way Home. Because Homecoming is the first. Away From Home? Is that the name? Whatever. So he plays. That's okay. Whatever. Miles looks like his uncle. Sure. Whatever. But yeah, it just felt. That's the one thing that I didn't really like. Apart from that, I was in awe the entire movie. When I saw the first movie, and when I've seen the first movie, every time I've seen it, I'm like, I want to see more from Gwen Stacy. Miles, amazing. Peter B. Parker, brilliant. Gwen Stacy, undervalued. Underused, undervalued, appreciated. I love how she moves. I love her quips. I love her backstory. I find her story very tragically and interesting, and I wanted to see more of her. And I got this in this movie. I know they talked about a standalone movie for her, perhaps. I've seen rumblings of it, maybe a series, whatever. I've seen something of her movie or her universe and her story being its own thing somewhere down the line. And I would absolutely love that. I would, yeah. Anyway, the movie is an amazing meta commentary on the fandom. Not just of Spider-Man, but sure, specifically about Spider-Man, but also about superhero comics in general. Because Miles in this movie is rebelling against he's rebelling against the canon events. He doesn't want his father to die. He doesn't feel connected to the tragedy that is Spider-Man. Like the loneliness, the tragic deaths of family members, the constant, it just keeps going, and he rebels against that. And Miguel O'Hara, the villain Spider-Man, tries to keep it together. He tries to, and the reason for that is because his backstory involves so much tragedy and so much death. Because he tried to replace another Miguel O'Hara, and he tried to, God, it's itching. He tried to have his family take care of them. But instead what he did was kill the entire universe where he went in. And he needs to justify that tragedy. And that's why he tries to force every Spider-Man to have the same story. And I just love that Miles goes, fuck you. I'm gonna do my own thing. Because that's a commentary on the fandom. It's the fans are crazy. Oh, Spider-Man can't be black. He needs to have an uncle who died. No, he doesn't. He needs to have an event that makes him a good guy, that forces him to use his powers for good. But he doesn't need to have the tragedy for that. You don't need to stuff the girlfriend in a fridge to motivate the good guy to go after the bad guy. They can do that anyway, you know? So yeah, I love the rebellion against that, and I love the meta commentary, and just, you don't need to have an Uncle Ben to be Spider-Man. Period. That is the message of the story. Write your own story. And it's, God. So I'm gonna do, I've never watched a movie twice in theaters. Ever. I've never felt the need to watch a movie again so soon as I do this one. Because there is so much you miss the first time around. And as I remember from the first one, like the second one, just, oh my God, that's why this happened, and this happened, and this happened. Like, I saw someone analyze why Spider-Punk, something Brown, where the clock came from. By the way, amazing addition to the team. I love him. But the clock, where did he get? How did he build the clock? You know, it's why? First of all, Spider-Man, extremely intelligent. Like, we're talking Einstein levels of intelligence in Spider-Man, right? Like, that's canon. And you can see when Miles comes to meet Miguel O'Hara, you can see Spider-Punk, because probably he realizes this kid is not gonna play ball. Okay, I think he saw that. Like, he's like, this is the kid I've been waiting for. Probably, like, he's been planning all this. Like, fuck this society. I'm here for my drummer, and that's it. This kid, super cool. I like him. He's gonna do great. He's gonna destroy this thing. But you can see as they walk, he starts tearing down screens, and he grabs like little doohickeys here and there. That's what he uses to build the clock with. Of course, that universe, like, I'm assuming that that's the same universe that Miguel O'Hara destroyed completely, and that's why all of them go there, just to be because it's already a dead universe, so it doesn't matter, and they can build it to accommodate for spider people rather than normal humans. And so probably everything built in there is to stabilize it for that universe. I'm assuming, like, so him picking things just makes sense. And it's such a brilliant, like, he's probably planned this for, like, he's like, I'm gonna need that, and I'm gonna need this, and I'm gonna need something of like that. Like, he's probably planned this for a long time, and and the spot, when you see it in the spot in commercials, he's comedic, and he is comedic in the beginning. My God, was he terrifying. Like, he could switch it on a dial. He was tragic, comedic, terrifying. Like, that's his progression throughout the movie. And oh my God, does he deliver on the terrifying at the end. Holy shit. Yeah, okay. So there have been, because of course, oh my god. Before we go into the Ben Shapiro thing, this whole movie, the entire movie, is probably the wokest movie I've ever seen. Every movie that conservatives said that's woke, go broke. Every fucking movie they've said that about, a tenth as woke as this one. 1/10. Because this movie, while it handles representation, like it's not token representation as in other movies. This is representation as I want it to be. As I'm sure lots of people want it to be. The live action Disney Little Mermaid movie, that's representation. But they don't change the story for that representation. Like, okay, this is a Danish story. This is a Danish kingdom that she exists in. I think it's Danish kingdom, maybe it's English, whatever. It's a white kingdom that this story is set in. Now, maybe if you change everyone in the movie to being black, I could see that makes sense. Sure. But you just changed the Little Mermaid, or the mermaids, to being black. And when she goes on land, we're talking 1400s. I don't know when it's set, but back in the day. And they would just treat her like a white person? No, of course not. It is skin deep representation in those movies. There is nothing skin deep about Miles' character, about his representation. There's nothing skin deep about any person in these movies. And I saw an interview with the guy who plays the Indian Spider-Man, whose name I'm blanking of. But yeah, I saw an interview with him where they apparently changed something in the story early on after he had been hired, and they brought him in because he grew up in India. Apparently, they brought him in to give feedback, to give input, to pitch ideas. They allowed the person whose character, who's represented on the screen, to come with authentic nuances, authentic experiences, to be able to put into the movie. So the entire movie, in my opinion, they altered the design. Okay, got it. And he got to come with input. And I believe that's. I believe he said he's the one that came up with the. By the way, I'm not suicidal. I don't know when this happened. I was moving things because I helped my sister-in-law move, and apparently I cut myself. It's just skin deep. It's just it's nothing. I'm not a cutter. Okay, but yeah. So he got to. I would love to. My keyboard is in pieces at the moment. I'll do that later. But they allowed him to come with input. And apparently the chai tea line, that's his. Chai tea, you're saying tea. Chai already means tea. Like, stuff like that. It's wonderful. I love it. That's my critique of modern media representation. It's just not modern media, like all representation probably is prior to this movie. It's just skin deep. Changing Spider-Man from a white person to a black person that changes a lot of things. That, like, sure, Spider-Man has always lived in Brooklyn. He's always been in among minorities, but he's not a minority, so he can't really 100% relate. I'm not a minority. I can't 100% relate, and that's why I need the media that I consume to not just be skin deep. The immediate cultural impact of Spider-Verse has been the visual design. We see that in Puss in Boots. Completely not ripped, but highly influenced by it, by the first movie. And also, actually, come think of it, the multiverse, Spider-Man, the Tom Holland, No Way Home, that movie actually was inspired by the Spider-Verse movie. And I'm so happy about that. Because they didn't think, they initially didn't think of doing that storyline. But the reason they did it, apparently, was because they wanted the original Doc Ock actor. And I know why, because he's amazing. He is truly amazing. But instead of putting him in the movie just looking the same, they apparently decide, like J. Jonah Jameson, they decided to create a multiverse situation. But what was the motivation for the multiverse happening? What's the initial issue? It is talking about contrived. As I said earlier, with the emotions. Talk about contrived reasoning to have a multiverse. You have Tom Holland, Spider-Man, Peter Parker, brilliant person, socially inept, sure, but a brilliant person, talking to another brilliant person, two of the greatest minds of any generation, probably, you know? And he goes, can you fix this? Sure, I can just do a spell, the lazy motherfucker that he is, Doctor Strange. He never asked. He didn't have a conversation. Like he said, it's very... He was even warned, don't do that. It's very dangerous. He goes, whatever, fuck off. I'm going to do it anyway. I'm Doctor Strange. I'm perfect. Sure, he's arrogant, but he's not stupid. He wouldn't... Like, I don't understand why Doctor Strange would threaten the entire universe for college admission. We're talking college admission. That's the initial issue? Are you for real? That is so fucking weak. That is weak. As opposed to Spider-Verse, the villain lost his family. And he wanted to bring them back. He had a chance to bring them back. Who among us wouldn't risk the entire universe for a chance to meet your dead kids again, your dead wife, the love of your life, and the child she gave you? whomst among us doesn't understand that motivation? And instead of magic, it's particle colliders and black holes and stuff like that. Perfect. I love it. It's not a complicated thing. It's just a simple but relatable, understandable, but also sure it's the weakest part of that movie. But still, they bring that through. That's the through line they have now with Miguel O'Hara attempting the same thing and the disaster that occurred from it. Which, come to think of it, Peter Parker in Miles' universe, the Ultimate Universe, the Ultimate Spider-Man, the Golden Age Spider-Man, I believe it's called. He warned Kingpin, this is going to destroy the universe. He saw it. Because Miguel O'Hara did it because Kingpin did it. That set off the chain reaction that led up to this movie. So, and probably it's not the first one. O'Hara is worthy of being Spider-Man. What do you mean? Where's it going with this? I was going somewhere with this. I know I had a point. I was talking about something and I was gonna lead it into something else. So the woke storyline, representation, all of that, and grounded characters and Thor's hammer. Really? O'Hara is okay. Not this O'Hara. This O'Hara can never be worthy of Thor's hammer, ever. I can imagine a different O'Hara being that though, but not this one. But yeah, the entire story is woke. The entire story revolves around being yourself, whoever yourself is, in spite of what everyone around you tells you, in spite of what the universe is telling you. Be yourself. And we can see that quite clear, both in Miles saying, fuck you, I'm going to do my own thing, and dipping. I wish he swore there, but he didn't. And we can see that in Gwen Stacy having a trans flag. But not just that, when she talks, when she explains, when she feels good, you can see the colors of her universe shifting into trans colors. The trans flag colors, you know? Oh, no, this O'Hara can never lift Thor's hammer. Are you kidding me? He's trying to control the world. He's trying to tell Miles who he can and can't be. He's telling Miles, you're not Spider-Man. You can never be. He says, you can never be Spider-Man. Meanwhile, he's not Spider-Man either. He's a fucking vampire. He's trying to tell Miles, oh, if your father doesn't die, he's willing to control other people's lives. He's justifying his pain by inflicting pain on other people. I bet you, sure, O'Hara is going to have a come to Jesus moment in the end. That's so. The third movie, my prediction is going to be that he's not going to be a bad guy throughout the movie. That's my suspicion. He's going to have a change of heart. However, he's going to have to do he's going to have to do something, because every spider person there, see you, Blaze. every spider person in the universe the world he's created has bought into the pain is needed for me to be Spider-Man. Like, it's inevitable. I can't. They're all gonna have to come to terms with that not being the case. O'Hara probably destroyed the universe some other way. Like he did something else that he hasn't told anyone about, is my suspicion. Like there's some other thing that means the worlds will be destroyed. It's not the canon events themselves. So no, this O'Hara could never lift Thor's hammers. Miles, on the other hand, not today, but he is gonna become worthy if he continues down the path he's on. O'Hara, unless he has an amazing arc in the next movie, he's not gonna have that ability or whatever, that's the character to be able to have a come to Jesus moment, or not come, be able to lift the Thor's hammer. Anyway, all of this. Oh, I'm gonna check the keyboard. It's not perfect, but it's good enough. Okay, all of this has led up to my man Ben Shapiro. Woke Easter egg spotted. Like one woke Easter egg. Again, the entire movie is a woke Easter egg, I guess. In the new Spider-Man movie.
Well, folks, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse is now out. It is a kid's movie, and one of the characters in the movie is Gwen Stacy. She is supposed to be...
By the way, not a kid's movie. It's animation. Animation is a medium. Animation is not a... There we are. Animation is not doesn't mean it's just for kids. Like, I know what he's doing here. It's very obvious. It's very transparent. Nobody's surprised. It's not a kids movie at all. Kids can watch it. Sure. But not a kids movie.
In this film, Spider-Woman. But now the trans community has discovered a secret. Perhaps Gwen is, after all, a boy. So it is now imperative to hijack literally...
No, the trans community does not believe Gwen Stacy is a boy. Ben.
Every character in every children's movie. They're all gay. They're all switched from white to minority, if that can be done. Everybody is recast for purposes of diversity. It's very important. Right?
Like, if you've seen the movie, oh my God, if you've seen the movie, and I've just explained the movie, he's talking like Miguel O'Hara. Oh, it's canon. You can't change that. It's canon.
Right? Traditional IP has to be dumped by the side of the road. Some of that makes very little difference to the plot. It doesn't make a big difference to the plot if Ariel in The Little Mermaid is black versus if she's white. All you're doing is something very stupid in terms of IP, which is taking classic IP and then screwing around with the classic IP. So now The Little Mermaid does not look like The Little Mermaid did in the animated movie that we all watched when we were kids. Okay.
It's also a Danish fairy tale, Ben. But also, as I've just said, the whole point of her being trans is part of the story. It is integrated into the story. I I don't know. I don't think they're gonna delve deep into it. But it's part of the story. It is not a skin deep thing here.
So that's one thing. It is another thing when there is a suggestion made, and it's constantly being made, that children's characters are members of sexual minorities when they clearly are not. Okay, so
fuck you.
Latest example.
I don't think I have to tell anyone why he's being stupid here.
Of this is the new Spider-Man movie. I've not seen the new Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse movie.
I can tell.
Into the Spider-Verse is a fantastic film. The first Spider-Man movie. The reviews of this one are good, but not great, I would say. So I'm interested in seeing it.
The reviews are good, but not great. Are you kidding me? Where is it? Come on, I can't. I can't. That's okay. I'm gonna Across the Spider-Verse. No, there we go. Across the Spider-Verse. Give it to me. God, it's hard to not have a keyboard. 4.4 user reviews. Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. 9 out of 10. Like this is a one of the most successful or most highly rated movies ever, probably. 96%. Both critics and audiences agree. 96% fresh and a 95% audience score. What did you say, Ben?
Are good but not great, I would say.
Are good but not great. Good, not great. Just as visually dazzling and action-packed as its predecessor, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse thrills from start to cliffhanger conclusion. From incredible animation to super story and tons of Easter eggs, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse is everything fans could ask for. Good, not great, not great.
So I'm interested in seeing it. Here is the new idiotic attempt to hijack characters. So
fuck you.
The movie does include usual left-wing propagandistic sort of imagery. The biggest piece of propagandistic imagery is Gwen Stacy, who is Spider-Woman in an alternate universe, has above her door a giant flag that says "Protect Trans Kids." Mm-hmm. So she's obviously at the very least a left-winger, right? Protect trans,
which apparently got it banned in Saudi Arabia.
Trans kids. That Protect Trans Kids flag is only in the trailer. You know why that is, by the way?
No, it's not. No, I saw it in the movie. I was looking for it. It's in the movie.
Reason why that is? Because they want international distribution. And you know where they're not super big on that kind of stuff? China. And then her dad's jacket at one point in the film also has a trans flag on it. He's a cop and he has a trans flag on it.
Because he supports his kid.
Also, her color scheme is hot pink and blue. So this has driven a huge number of people on the Twitters and in the gay press to suggest that actually Gwen Stacy is a dude.
Yeah.
Gwen Stacy is actually not a female. She's not Spider-Woman. She's Spider-Trans Woman. Because of the color scheme. Now, back in 2014, when this character was first introduced in the comics, my understanding is this was the color scheme that was used in the original comics also. So that is just not true. Also,
again, I love this. The movie precedes you, Ben. The movie has foreseen your words. You are part of the movie, Ben. You are Miguel O'Hara. It's not canon. She had this before, therefore she can't be that. Oh my God. Fuck you. The movie delves deep into you.
It would be kind of a weird moment when Miles Morales finds something he didn't expect to find if they end up getting together. That'll be kind of...
She's had bottom surgery, probably?
...of awkward. But the attempt to hijack children's characters and then propagandize them into completely different characters, like, it makes kind of a difference whether Gwen Stacy is a boy who thinks he is a girl. That makes kind of a difference to the story, does it not?
In this case, that's actually the point, that it doesn't. In this case, because she has supporting parents, or a supporting parent, because she unfortunately is very lonely and doesn't have a lot of friends and is mostly Spider-Woman, no, it doesn't make a lot of difference.
But apparently the entire trans community has now latched onto this sort of stuff in the same way that the gay community spent years claiming that Bert and Ernie on Sesame Street were like, why do you guys...
completely gay.
There are lots of gay characters all over the place, okay? There's no shortage of gay characters in film and TV.
No.
And this character is canonically pro-trans. So why do you need to do that? And the answer is because seizing popular properties and then pretending they're a thing they're not is part of mainstreaming the idea.
Seizing popular properties? Miles Morales, I wouldn't say he was hated in the community, but his storyline wasn't that popular, from what I understand. Mainly because he was badly written. And apparently Lord and Miller have talked about how everything good in the original Miles storyline was hijacked or lifted for Tom Holland Spider-Man. Like Genki in the original movie, he's the guy in the chair. He's the man in the earpiece that helps Miles. That's completely from Miles' storyline. So they had to rethink everything when it came to Miles. The original storyline also includes Miles. I haven't read it. Apparently includes Miles' uncle Aaron, who's the Prowler, taking advantage of him, using him, and then blackmailing him in order to get his way. Like, complete douchebag. There's nothing good about his uncle in the original comic comic series. So taking a popular, and also, okay, Gwen Stacy, I don't know how popular, or Spider-Gwen, I don't know how popular she was, but in the original Miles storyline, because this is the apparently there's some the multiverse is happening there as well. They get married and they have kids, and nobody seems to apparently like that storyline. Probably not because they get married and have kids, but because it's badly written. So this isn't taking popular IP and changing it around. That's what Miles from the beginning did. The reason they created Miles Morales was to show that there is no canon, really. The point with Miles originally was that anyone could be Spider-Man, including a trans woman.
Idea. That is what it is. They have to take what is subtle in terms of the sort of trans messaging on like a little, throwaway graphic, and they have to turn it into the center of the film. So the Pink News says, quote, "It's official. Fans of Spider-Man across the Spider-Verse are convinced that the character of Gwen Stacy is trans, and the evidence is compelling." Compelling.
Yeah.
Gwen and the environment around her are practically drenched in the trans pride colors during the sequence, with many seeing a scene. There's a scene in which she announces that to her father that she has a hidden identity as Spider-Woman. So first of all, the idea that a person who announces a hidden identity is therefore trans is absurd. The entire basis of Spider-Man for literally all of...
No, but the colors around her when he accepts her are pink, blue, and white.
Spider-Man's history. And by the way, the basis of pretty much all superhero comics, movies, is someone has a secret identity and it gets revealed to someone. It does not mean that Superman is trans because he also masquerades as Clark Kent during the day.
No, nobody can't.
But this is where we have decided to go, at least in this radical part of society. So there's that. Yeah, it's rough to maintain a healthy lifestyle.
Wait.
A new I have 4 kids. I have a dog.
We're not going to watch your...
It's kosher, so policygenius.com/Shapiro. Okay.
Wait. I want to see.
Meanwhile, The New York Times.
Okay, pink news policy. There's no. Oh, I can bring up the keyboard. Can I? There's a keyboard. How do I bring up the keyboard without typing? There should be a keyboard of some sort somewhere. Can I keyboard inputs? No. Language preferences. Can I input language hotkeys? Ooh. Can I speak into... No, never mind. I'm sure the pink news article doesn't stop there. Oh, okay. I know what I can do. I know what I can do. I am good enough. Pink. God, this is hard. News. I'm a fucking god on the keyboard. Pink news. Spider Verse. Oh my god, I am so good. Is Gwen Stacy's trans in Across the Spider-Verse? Let's hear. Control F. No, that's D. Remove. Control F. There we go. God, what did he say?
Sesame Street. We're like, why do you got pretending they're a thing they're not? Messaging into the center of the film. So the pink news says, quote, it's official. Fans of Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse are convinced that the character of Gwen Stacy is...
Oh, so he said, convinced the character of Gwen Stacy is trans and the evidence is compelling.
Is trans and the evidence is compelling. Compelling. Gwen and the environment around her are practically drenched in the trans pride colors during the sequence, with many seeing a scene.
The animated sequence. With many seeing the scene itself as a metaphor. Yeah, you can see the colors there. Oh, it's not when she hugs him. It's when she speaks about her identity. Okay. With many seeing the scene itself as a metaphor for coming out in the film, Gwen is forced to hide her identity for judgmental eyes in a world where Spider-Woman is misunderstood and despised by society. Like, it's a perfect fucking metaphor. To top it all off, eagle-eyed viewers know that during the same scene, a trans pride flag badge can be seen pinned to Gwen's father's police uniform.
There's a scene in which she announces that to her father that she has a hidden identity as Spider-Woman. So first of all, the idea that a person who announces a hidden identity is therefore...
Yeah. Wait, he doesn't read it? Does he?
Woman. So first of all, the idea that a person who practically drenched in the trans pride colors during the sequence, with many seeing a scene, there's a scene in which she announces that... Compelling. Gwen and the environment around her are practically drenched in the trans pride colors during the sequence, with many seeing a scene, there's a scene in which she announces that to her father that she has a hidden identity as Spider-Woman. So first of all, the idea that...
So he doesn't, he just, there's a scene and then he just goes off on his instead of reading the actual paragraph. In the film, Gwen is forced to hide her identity from judgmental eyes in a world where Spider-Woman is misunderstood and despised by society. This alone is a metaphor for internal identity struggles and stuff like that. In general, sure. But in Gwen's specific case, in this world, it's a perfect metaphor. Transness.
That a person who announced a hidden identity, New York Times, has decided that apparently some Nazi symbolism is okay. So here's the awkward part.
Wait, I jumped too far.
Hero. Okay, meanwhile, the New York Times has decided that apparently some Nazi symbolism is okay. So here's the awkward part. Vladimir Putin has been claiming for years at this point that Ukraine uses forces, like paramilitary forces, that are associated with Nazi imagery and Nazi ideas. The problem is that that's true. Okay, so you can be against the Russian invasion of Ukraine and also recognize that the Azov Battalion, which routinely used Nazi imagery, and this is reported on broadly across the media, that's a reality. So this makes it awkward for the New York Times. The New York Times can't just be like, well, yeah, Nazi imagery is super bad, and the Azov Battalion, it seems like it's filled with people with white supremacist and terrible ideas. Mm-hmm. It's good that they're fighting the Russians off, but they're really kind of bad people. Like, two things can't be true at once. So instead, it's like, well, second look at Nazi imagery. Little nuance. Quote, since Russia began its invasion of Ukraine last year, the Ukrainian government and NATO allies
what does this have to do with Spider-Verse?
Have posted, then quietly deleted 3 seemingly innocuous photographs from their social media feeds. A soldier standing in a group, another resting in a trench, and an emergency worker posing in front of a truck. In each photograph, Ukrainians in uniform wore patches featuring symbols that were made notorious by Nazi Germany and have since become part of the iconography of far-right hate groups. Oh, do you mean the swastika? The photographs and their deletions highlight the Ukrainian military's
No. They probably mean the dark or the black sun. I'm guessing, not the swastika itself. I don't think anyone has claimed that that Ukraine is, or I at least haven't seen anyone make the claim that they are using swastikas. I could be wrong, but I haven't seen it.
Complicated relationship with Nazi imagery, a relationship forged under both Soviet and German occupation during World War II. Ukraine has worked for years through
I'm gonna have to. I need a keyboard layout.
Legislation and military restructuring to contain a fringe far-right movement whose members proudly wear symbols steeped in Nazi history and espouse views hostile to leftist LGBTQ movements and ethnic minorities. But some members of these groups have also been fighting Russia since the Kremlin illegally annexed part of the Crimea region of Ukraine in 2014. Some are regarded as national heroes. The iconography of these groups, including a skull and crossbones patch worn by concentration camp guards and a symbol known as the Black Sun, now appears with some regularity on the uniforms of soldiers fighting on the front line, including soldiers who say the imagery symbolizes Ukrainian sovereignty and pride, not Nazism. In the short term, that threatens to reinforce Mr. Putin's propaganda and gives fuel to his false claims Ukraine must be denazified, a position that ignores the fact that Ukraine's President Vladimir Zelensky is Jewish. More broadly, Ukraine's ambivalence about these symbols and sometimes even its acceptance of them risks giving new, mainstream life to icons the West has spent more than a half century trying to eliminate.
What?
Okay, so
Ben,
here is the thing. It is certainly possible that anytime there's a conflict in which the United States involves itself, to sort of go soft on China because Joe or Elliot Page, according to the New York Post, West Hollywood is like the Elliot Page. Pink Dot escorted a terrified Page into the shop, but the man, West Hollywood is like the gayest area of LA. On his way to the Pink Dot convenience. Okay, so first of all, so many questions. West Hollywood is like the gayest area of LA. 36 was, I need a gun for this here bleep. I have doubts. Page 36 was standing on a corner in West Hollywood on his way to the Pink Dot convenience. Okay, so first of all, so many questions. West Hollywood is like the gayest area of LA. West Hollywood is known as the imagery and Nazi ideas. The problem in the streets of LA, in West Hollywood, on his way to the Pink Dot convenience. Okay, so first of all, so many questions. West Hollywood is like the gayest area of LA.
Sure.
West Hollywood is known as the gayest area. It's one of the gayest areas in the country. So it's not like this person, it's not like Elliot Page was standing in like Orange County in Calabasas. Elliot Page was standing in like the heart of gay California and was apparently accosted by an enraged and hateful stranger shouting obscenities. Quote, I'm going to effing gay bash you, you F word, the man yelled, forcing the actor to bolt toward the store in fear.
So he's just completely dropped across the Spider-Verse. Well, Ben, when you see the movie, you're gonna be shocked to find out
Are you joining us?
that it's actually about you and the things you said. But I'm guessing you're not gonna talk about it. I'm guessing you're gonna stay silent. So we're gonna Across the Spider-Verse pushes woke gender ideology plus Punisher erased from Marvel plus trans Gwen Stacy. Let's see what this chucklefuck has to say.
Everyone, it's Endymion, and like many of you this weekend, I left my cold cave to venture out into the warmth of society in order to see Across the Spider-Verse. I genuinely thought it was a good movie, although the audio mixing was definitely weird as it was hard to hear what some characters were saying. I also never saw a more pissed off audience.
That's a common issue with modern movies in general, in theaters, not theaters, home, especially when you watch movies at home. They generally master the audio for like the highest end IMAX cinemas, and then they just leave it like that, which is stupid, which means you have people talk like this. Oh my god, I can't believe that. Which is perfectly fine. Can you hear me? Do I pick up a little bit? You have the people talk like this. And it's really, really low volume, and it's like they're trying to do like it's more naturally spoken, and it's more naturally mixed, but that makes it kind of hard to hear at times. So that's not a Spider-Verse specific critique. That's an industry specific critique, in my opinion.
Audience reaction to the words "to be continued" in a long time. Seriously, my theater was so angry that the movie just ended like that, but hey.
I can understand that my sister-in-law and her partner had the same issue. I was prepared for it, so I wasn't shocked when it happened. I knew it was a part one of two. That's actually been made clear, or not clear, but it's been part of the advertisement. But a lot of people didn't see the advertisement or the trailers, you know? Because it's not in the name, and it should have been in the name.
Clearly the box office numbers are saying it was the right move. One of the bigger discussions coming out of Spider-Verse wasn't around characters like Miles or Miguel, but instead there's been a growing fascination about Gwen Stacy and how fans believe that Spider-Verse subtly pushes the idea that Gwen might be trans.
Did it say subtly or suddenly? They say subtly or suddenly? Suddenly.
This is supported in a few ways, from Gwen's room clearly having a protect trans kid flag in her room, to her father also having a trans flag pin on his police jacket. And there's also a scene in the film where Gwen and her father confront each other and the colors of the scene transition into blue, white, and pink, which are the colors of the trans flag. All of this apparently has turned Gwen from a strong and likable character overnight to a trans icon. But the question remains...
Wait. Both? Both? Can we do both? Both is not. Both is nice. I like both. You can be both a trans icon, trans character, and a strong... What do you say? Strong...
Question remains: a strong and likable character.
Strong, likable. You can you not be a strong, likable character if you're trans, according to this guy?
Overnight to a trans icon. But the question remains: is she trans? I would wager, in my honest opinion, that she isn't for a few reasons.
Sure.
To start, in case you aren't aware, there's been this ever-growing movement around the ethics of voice acting and how characters must be voiced by people who look like the characters in real life.
So this is I pre-watched a little bit of this, and I saw this this line, or I heard this. He say this. Yes, that has been a part of a growing trend, that you can't have representation without authenticity, I guess, is what they're looking for. I would wager that we're talking about we're talking about acting here, and I don't think you need to have AIDS to play a character that has AIDS. I don't think you need to be gay to play a character that's gay. I don't think you need to be black necessarily, though there can be advantages to it. And this goes for all representation, of course, to play a black character either. And when I say that, I mean voice acting, of course. I wouldn't recommend going in blackface, though. There's a brilliant work of art called Tropic Thunder that has that from Robert Downey Jr. But he does it in a satirical way, which I guess is more like he's playing a character who doesn't understand what being black actually is. But in this case, when it comes to transness, the point is that they are women. The point is that Gwen Stacy, even though she's trans, she's still a woman. So having a woman play a woman, and the story isn't about her. She's I wouldn't call her a side character, but she's more of she's not the main character. It's not her story being told. Her story is tangential to the main story. And I think that makes it more acceptable. Also, amazing representation. No trans person has complained, as far as I can see, that they did this, because it's good representation. They've taken steps to be respectful of the representation. They make it not central, but visible, and that is good. I think that's how you treat a trans character truly.
Which, if you're familiar with my channel at all, you know I believe this concept to be complete nonsense and to be nothing but hollow virtue signaling.
I agree.
There was even a viral clip of someone showing various actors of the Avatar franchise doing a quick voice line as the characters they play. A lot of people got mad when they realized that these oftentimes Asian-centric characters were being voiced by white people mostly. This entire growing...
Could that be because people assumed they weren't? Like they had a mental image of something else, and then they realize that, oh, wait, I've been duped. People don't like being duped. That's probably at least a contributing factor to why people got mad at that.
Debate that you must look or be the thing you voice act as will likely only get worse as time goes on. So you're probably wondering...
No. I know I'm pausing a lot here, but no. If anything, that's going to become better because people will have greater understanding of how to represent these characters, despite not being, or not character, representing those people, those cultures, without being part of those cultures. Like it's no, not even close.
What does this small rant have to do with Spider-Gwen and her apparently being trans? If we apply the same logic to Spider-Gwen in the same way people these days do with other voice actors, then Gwen being trans would be inherently problematic because her voice actor, Haley Steinfeld, is not trans. If Gwen was trans, it would have been voiced by a trans actor, otherwise you and I both know these terminally online activists would want to rip Spider-Verse's producers in half for having a non-trans person voice a trans character. The other defense I bring up is...
Or... No. How about no? How about maybe this representation was so good that they went, it's fine. This is what we want. Yes, the reason they want trans people to voice trans characters and have because it's only ever been skin deep representation, and they probably want people on the inside who have not knowledge but experience that can lend that experience to that character. But this is so good that it superseded that.
Simply that Spider-Verse subtly nods to trans viewers with the use of colors to show that the creatives behind it know they exist. And simply saw the scene between Gwen and her father to be an effective way to display trans visibility within the scope of Gwen's story in Spider-Verse. Although her being trans outright, I highly doubt, because again, if she was, then Haley Steinfeld wouldn't voice the character.
Yeah.
Unless Spider-Verse's producers pivoted in between the making of films and saw a ripe opportunity in order to pander.
It's possible because we don't see. So, like Shapiro said, Gwen has always had these colors. It's not specific to this movie or these movies. It is. It's part of her canon to have those colors. Sure. So maybe they did pivot. I'm actually not opposed to that idea. That they while they were writing the, or not writing the movie perhaps, but while they were making the movie, they realized that, wait, she has the colors. It wouldn't affect anything in the story, and it would actually add to the theme of the movie if she was trans. So I can see them going, make her trans. Sure, in the second movie, and they didn't have that planned out. But every other thing is so meticulously planned out. Like the color schemes of Miles, like when he meets, like I talked about earlier, Spider-Man, and he first has the green and purple background that turns blue and red. Like stuff like that makes me think this was planned out from the start. But how many trans actors do you think there are? Male to female, that is. I know one, female to male, Elliot Page. I do not know. Well, there's one in Orange is the New Black, but she's older, so you have to have someone younger for this character. You have someone in their 20s at tops, I believe, to play this character. So. And it's acting. The acting comes before the identity.
This concept of pandering in retrospect is nothing new, of course. We all remember when J.K. Rowling went on a retconning spree with Harry Potter, and started tweeting that certain characters were suddenly completely different than how she originally wrote them. These sorts of...
Yeah, because she is fucking stupid and thinks representation is just skin deep. Dumbledore, I can't believe, being gay. Sure. But again, skin deep representation. There's nothing in his story that connects to him being gay, which is fine. It's perfectly fine to have that. But I agree that it's just cringe to oh no, this person's gay. Don't come after me. They're gay. Oh, trans people? No, they can't exist. We can't have people convert to other genders, but we can have people convert to entirely different animals. We have shapeshifters. Oh, but they can't shapeshift into different genders. They still have the same gender. Somehow. Or for some reason. Like, it's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid.
Reverse pandering tactics are usually only done because of two reasons. The first being that it's easy press and will likely push sites to publish articles supporting them, while the second major reason being that it's simply politically correct to do so. If pushing gender ideology wasn't politically correct, you'd see a lot less of it in today's media. But the fact it is viewed as right think by the powers that be, that's why it's pushed so much.
Like, did you even watch the movie, dude? Did you? The entire movie is about identity and self-identifying and ignoring what the world keeps telling you you have to do. That's the entire point of the story. And you don't think that includes trans people? Are you shitting me?
Companies do this all the time. Look at G4 Tech TV that used to push edgy, oftentimes goofy content because in that era, it was considered funny to be edgy. But if you fast forward to G4's revival, you had people like Frost, who was the antithesis of the golden years of G4, who instead of being funny for funny's sake, decided to ostracize the audience into insane backlash that led to the quick death of G4's revival. Basically, companies in general...
Yeah. Pandering doesn't work. Strange. This is why, by the way, a few years ago, a lot of years ago, during the Gamergate era, I was on the Gamergate side. I still am to some extent. There's still corruption happening in that world. There's still issues to be had there, and there were a lot of more issues back then with payola and just people giving their friends reviews, friendly reviews. That was a big issue. The movement, if you can call it that, or the people in it, they weren't always great. They were quite often quite bad, even. They took it to an extreme, and had they just focused on, and my time in that movement, I spent trying to rail in the most extreme ends. No, maybe not the most. Yeah, I did the fringest elements. I tried actually to rail in to some extent. I didn't succeed naturally. I wasn't a big name. And I trusted when people said who they were. I trusted them. I don't do that anymore. I want proof. However, I also during that time I've always been, I wouldn't say leftist. I used to be a social democrat. And the initiating, like I've been wary of socialists. I've never online socialists. They were always just MLs who are morons. Praising Soviet Union. I have a friend who's a communist, who's been a lifelong communist. He comes from a working family background. I've talked about him before. So I've been in this world. But I haven't been convinced of socialism. Wait, where was I going with this? I was going somewhere. Oh, edginess. So, and a lot of fucking socialists, online socialists, are fucking pussies. Like, there's no edge. There's no bite to them. It's all just, oh, fight the power, kill the rich people, burn down the system. Yeah. Don't call me retard. You're advocating for the guillotine for the rich people, but calling you retard, that's going too far. Sure, buddy. Sure. Oh, but they're marginalized. And And in the grand scheme of things, and what is your point? I like edge. I like humor. And I think people who can't joke about these things, people who are scared of using retard, people who are scared of using slurs in general. Like, I had this conversation on Twitter. I am skeptical of those people. Because when I say retard, my mental pictures is not a handicapped person. It's a stupid person. It's a normal person that's accepted by society who's just stupid, who's regressive, who's uninformed, deliberately self-imposed uninformed. Stuff like that. That's the mental image I see when I use retard. And people who tell me I can't use that word, I am skeptical of those people. They are joyless. They are constantly managing their language in order to be perceived as the good guy. I think I've said this before, but I'm going to repeat myself. I saw a comedian. I believe it's a New Zealand comedian. Yes, he's a New Zealand comedian. He's from Sweden, or he is in Sweden. He lives in Sweden. He's married to a Swede, and he talked about the type of humor that Swedes get away with. I believe that was him, at least. The edge we have, and the we can talk about pretty much, Swedish comedians talk about pretty much anything. Child rape, pedophilia, joking about that. That's perfect. Like, if you do structure it correctly, you can do that in Sweden. And he theorized that the reason for it is because of our egalitarianism, because we are more socially aware than the rest of the world. So when we do that joke, now some people take are humorless chuckle fucks here as well. It happens. Like, we had one comedian who had a joke persona who made music where he jokes about raping kids in, I think, like 2-3 songs perhaps. He was supposed to make an appearance at a comedy club, and they banned him. What happened? Every other comedian boycotted that club because of that. Our humor or our character is not skin deep. Language is skin deep. Language is nothing but, like, language can reveal our character, but it isn't our character. You know what I'm saying? So I don't feel like I'm a bad person when I use retard, because I'm saying retard on this video. Probably because, or in this stream, probably because of or yesterday's conversation on Twitter. But my use of those words are skin deep, because it doesn't reveal my character. And that's why I'm comfortable using it. Now, some people who are comfortable using those types of words are bad people, have those thoughts. And I understand why people don't like those words. I understand why people don't want to listen to or take someone serious, perhaps, or they have animosity towards people who use those words. I wouldn't force anyone else to use the words. I wouldn't force anyone else to have to listen to me or anyone else who use those words. But there is a difference when someone, where it is skin deep, uses the words, as opposed to someone who's a conservative. And my point here is, these people are humorless chuckle fucks. Probably. I don't know. I've never watched it, but probably. And that's probably why they had that. And that's why I'm wary of those people, because what's hiding beneath them? What are they hiding? What are they afraid to show if they happen to drop the mask? Because that's what it is. It's a mask. I'm not trying to wear a mask here. I'm being open about who I am. And that's why I think I feel comfortable using those words, because it doesn't represent me. Anyway,
the hell is
I'm
politically
rambling.
correct, even if it means rejecting their own moral codes they used to view as gospel. That's why you have random commercials where things that have nothing to do with gender ideology pandering out of nowhere, like this new Ford commercial. Here, watch.
When you feel like it's over.
Okay. Music. Music. Is the point that, oh my God, it's a rainbow flag? It's a car. It's a car. It's a car. They want to sell a car, and LGBTQ people and their allies far outnumber you morons. Far outnumber you. But that's the issue. You're likening a thoughtful and good representation, a deep character representation, to pride flag on a car. Is that it?
What does rainbow flags have to do with Ford trucks? I guess what they're saying is that gay people are tough? But we all know the only reason that commercial exists is to pander in order to up Ford's ESG score. You even have sinking franchises like Overwatch, which are pandering so much it's become self-parody. Blizzard recently announced
Overwatch, from the beginning, had representation. What are you talking about? They had representation from the fucking start. What are you talking about?
Announced they are actively working to address older characters' identities. This is just corporate speak that Blizzard won't rest until every character in Overwatch has a different gender or identity. All of this
oh my God. Okay, sure, buddy. Sure.
This is being done simply for ESG reasons in the end, and I honestly believe Overwatch is just Blizzard's scapegoat franchise. So while sexual harassment cases still permeate throughout the company, Blizzard at least has a massive smokescreen where they can pander for eternity while not actually changing their culture. GameSpot spoke to Overwatch's devs, and since it's multiple people being interviewed in this one single part, I'll just refer to all of it as the Overwatch team, and I quote, "For those wondering why now, we love our characters and their lore, and in expanding the Overwatch 2 experience to include the upcoming PvE lore. We realized how much more we can do in exploring our characters' identities and relationships. With our first Overwatch 2 Pride event, we knew that we wanted to celebrate the diversity that makes the world worth fighting for. This is just the beginning of Pride in Overwatch 2. 3 core members of the Overwatch team, senior narrative designer Jen Stacy, senior game producer Brandy Stiles, and game director Aaron Keller doubled down on this sentiment in a group interview with GameSpot and various media outlets, stating that the team will be focusing on every facet of the game's characters moving forward. Stacy then added that players can also look forward to the team re-examining older characters and sharing parts of their personalities and identities that might have gone unnoticed previously. I think it's important that we revisit older characters to show that the heroes that you know and love have more parts to them, and some of these parts might be these identities, Stacy said. But also, as we create new heroes that are connected to the queer community or other communities across the globe, we're thinking about them as a whole person and every facet of them, including their identities. We are moving forward now with a bit of a shift where we would like LGBTQ representation to be not necessarily front and center, but a part of the representation and diversity in the game, Keller said, end quote. As you can see, the push for gender identity is at an all-time high in almost every aspect of our society. Pandering and virtue signaling have become the bread and butter of corporations to act like they care when they really don't. Just look at the Netherlands, where in Rotterdam they...
And how is this connected to Spider-Verse, where it's not pandering? And that's probably why the trans community is okay with it? Miles, like, you watched the movie, you heard the words being spoken. You're not Spider-Man. You're not a real Spider-Man. You're a fraud. And Miles going, fuck you, I'm doing my own thing. Bye-bye. I'm still Spider-Man despite being black and Hispanic and trying to prevent canonical events. I'm still Spider-Man despite all those things. So it's not skin deep, it's built into the story. You motherfucker.
Tore down historical figures of their history while erecting giant statues of out-of-shape women in track pants. I wish I was kidding. Recently in Rotterdam, Nike...
Rotterdam? What is this? I've never... No. Fuck. My T doesn't work. Why doesn't the T work? It lights up? What is this? Why is it not working? Oh, damn it. Anyway.
Nike has showcased a new statue showing an out-of-shape black woman in track pants looking disinterested. What's the statue supposed to represent? Diversity? Inclusion? Fat acceptance? Maybe all of the above? I don't understand how a statue of a nameless black female in track pants does anything for the people of Netherlands or diversity in general. This would be like going to India and randomly planting a statue of a random white woman in a town square. It's pointless and hilarious as well, since Nike still uses sweatshops to make their clothing. Which means, like every other example,
it is hilarious, actually.
In this video, all of this stuff is just pointless virtue signaling. To close out this video, I want to look at 2 other articles.
Yeah, but Spider-Verse is not pointless virtue signaling. You moron.
With the first from the Telegraph, which does something also politically correct, which is the erasure of white culture. The article titled, Anglo-Saxons Aren't Real, Cambridge Tells Students an Effort to Fight Nationalism. The short...
Wait, just make sure. Yes, there we go. Now it's working, okay. Nope, I want to...
short version of it is that institutions are working tirelessly to rewrite and reset what's perceived as history. They want to showcase statues of overweight nobodies to virtue signal without actually doing anything, and they want to erase concepts like white people because it's politically correct to think that way and it's deemed wrong think by the powers that be. All of this pandering by various...
Okay. good on you for knowing the word wrong thing. Bad on you for using it. Please don't use socialist language like that. Please. We stand a socialist king in Orwell. Please don't.
Companies is simply being done to increase their ESG scores while not having to actually put in any effort. While Gwen is not trans in Spider-Verse, the inclusion of trans visibility was
okay. I'm just gonna have to check the keyboard's layout here. I'm gonna see. What if I'm gonna do it there? Yes, I got it right. And if I go, yes. Oh, that's the menu button. Okay. Right. Because window button on the left. Menu. Window. And then we have Alt there. Control T. Control R. Great. Menu. Alt and function. Great. Okay. I fixed my keyboard. Amazing.
At least to some degree done in a more tasteful way than
Eldritch Nico Warlock Rhombus the 13th. They're half right about Overwatch. It used to have real representation, but now it does pandering cover from a negative press like clockwork. Yes. I haven't been following on Overwatch 2. I'm just remembering when it came out. And the Russian lady, like, being buff and things like that is a representation of, to some extent, I mean, it's, wasn't Tracer gay even in the original storyline and stuff like that? So there's been representation from the get-go. But sure, probably the ousting of the original team. I don't think there's anyone left from the original Blizzard company. Because the original Blizzard company made amazing shit. Amazing games. Games you wanted to play for. Star Wars 1 still probably holds up. For sure. But yeah, Jeff, I believe was the name of the guy who led the team. Yeah, Overwatch used to incredible. It really bums me out. Yeah, like I said, I haven't been following for years. I don't care. It's a dying game now. It's not going to have a lasting impact, it's not going to have an impact on anything anymore. Activision Blizzard is dying as well. So sure, they might, and that's probably why they're like, oh, we need more representation, more representation. Give it to me. And yeah. So sure, but it's been there from the beginning.
Other media has done in the past. Although if Gwen does indeed end up being trans, then it's simply a rewrite in order to pander because of its political correctness. We're currently living in a time where society is being pushed into...
And again, he is completely missing the point with the entire storyline of the movies. Do I need to remove enter keyboard? Don't tell me, please. No, I don't. Hopefully. Nope. He's completely ignoring the entire storyline. I don't know. I feel like I'm just repeating myself, but God, someone has to, I guess.
Way of thinking that makes them complacent, faceless, and derivative. To be actually outspoken about what you truly believe in should be encouraged, but should also not be problematic if someone debates it as well. We're all welcome to think...
Whoa! Say that one more time?
Should also not be problematic if someone debates it as well. We're all...
Yeah. We're talking personal identity here? Like, how do you debate what I'm feeling is the question I'm asking. How do you debate my person? You can say, but Hugin, you claim to be a socialist, but last week you avoided paying taxes. You're not a socialist. You're a tax avoider. You make billions of dollars profiteering from poor people's labor, from children's labor in India. You're not a socialist. You're a capitalist. Congratulations. That would be fine. That would be an example of me not being true to myself or true to my words. But a trans person? Like if someone says, I'm trans, and you go, no, you're not. And you go, oh, yes, I am. Nuh-uh. Because you're wearing pants. Go fuck yourself.
All welcome to think however we please, but this annoying push that only politically correct ways of thinking is acceptable will never not anger me to no end. The pandering of today's world has gone completely off the deep end into the depths of moronic insanity. What originally was deemed fine is now quickly being replaced by what other groups wish to see, even if the new reality is being
used
pushed.
to be deemed as fine is no longer fine. Maybe Birth of a Nation used to be fine. It was the first movie to be screened at the White House. The KKK used to be fine. What's the issue? What's the problem? Yeah, culture changes, my dude. I'm sorry. You're not special. The world doesn't revolve around you. We are currently in a period where people are allowed to express themselves. And you don't like it, go fuck yourself.
Make little to no sense in any way.
You retard.
This is why Marvel, in their infinite wisdom, panders whenever they can, with one of their more popular characters being the Punisher. But since the skull logo Frank Castle wears on his chest was deemed problematic and was a symbol of right-wing conservatives and police, Marvel decided to not just remove the skull from Punisher, they removed the
reactionaries keep discovering that yeah. Oh my god, things change. But also, Marvel, bad move. Completely bad move. What I would have done if I was in charge of the storyline, or if I was writing a Punisher Marvel comic, I would lean heavy into the cop hate. Like every storyline that the Punisher does is him hating on cops, is him murdering crooked cops. I want a front cover of Punisher with the skull logo burning a thin blue line flag, stomping on the head of a police officer. That is what Marvel should have done had they had balls. But they don't.
Punisher from the Marvel Universe. In the recent run called Punisher No More, Frank ends up getting his skull logo redesigned. He renounces using firearms, and even his dead wife Maria comes back to life only to tell Frank she was going to divorce him before she died in the mob attack. As if all of this wasn't bad enough, Frank
What? For real? Why?
Ultimately disappears from the Marvel Universe altogether and ends up in Weird World, where Marvel right now anyway plans to leave the character to languish for eternity because what the Punisher represents as a character is not politically correct right now. So now, in the finale of this 12-issue series, Marvel has said farewell to the Punisher in every way, meaning they can retire the character and erase him from the mythos of Marvel Comics forever. All of this because the Punisher represents identity politics that woke companies like Marvel don't want to represent. He's straight.
Woke companies. Woke. Like I said, Spider-Verse is the most woke movie I have ever watched. Ever. Like there's not a non-woke minute in that movie. Jerry Conway, the creator of The Punisher, would agree. Yeah, I bet he would. I mean, The Punisher. I've never been a big comic book fan, but The Punisher's storyline is so fucking good. Like it is so goddamn good. I love it. The Netflix series, mwah, absolutely amazing. Let's see if I have a keyboard, a functioning keyboard again. Yes, I do. Amazing.
Straight, white, and a male. He's a firearms expert that police officers use to represent them.
But again, like Spider-Verse told everyone, if they actually cared about if they had an ounce of media literacy, if they listened to the movie, it told them that canon doesn't matter. It doesn't matter in the end. Good character, compelling stories. That's all that matters in the end. That is the explicit message of Spider-Verse, or it's gonna be the explicit message when the trilogy at least is over. We'll see if they come up with any more Miles Spider-Verse movies
in the real world. He's also a strong male character that defiantly stands up to his ideals, and Marvel.
Can you imagine the Punisher protecting trans kids from Florida cops? Oh, I would jerk it to that. God damn it, that would be amazingly funny. Having him blast Ron DeSantis, the governor, Ron DeSantis, in the back of the head, like DeSantis just sitting here. He goes, "Fuck you, bitch. This is for the trans kids." Maybe if they do, like, because they obviously do the multiverse things, and maybe he can visit an alternate universe where his family isn't dead. His kid is trans. He goes, "Goddamn right." He goes back to his universe and it's like, time to fuck some shit up.
Can't have that in today's climate. Things like Punisher being erased is just a drop in the pond when it comes to bending the knee to woke identity politics. It's getting to a point.
Yeah. Spider-Man. There's a Spider-Man with who's crippled. I love that. It's amazing. His web slinger is integrated into his crutches. It's amazing. I like it.
To woke identity politics.
Who cares?
It's getting to a point where these companies are willing to remove actual IPs that sell if it means protecting their coveted ESG scores. The Punisher is and always will be one of my favorite Marvel characters because he felt like a real depiction of what a vigilante would actually be like. By removing him entirely, it proves that Marvel and companies like them will move the heavens if it means they can deem themselves as inclusive and diverse. It's all very tiring, but it's the current climate of today, and I genuinely revolt in the existence of this insane way of thinking. But to end this video, I just want to say that if you've watched any of my other stuff before, I implore you, like I always do, to question everything you see and always look deeper. I know.
Spoken by the person who didn't look deeper at the movie he's critiquing. Even just an alt run where Punisher loses his trans kids and husband to hate crimes in Florida. Yeah, he could actually, like, instead of the kid being like, what is he, 7 in the canonically, like he could have that kid be a teen at least. He could have, not too deep. Don't look too deep. Just skin deep. No, don't go further. He could have a trans kid who's like in their teens, who's afraid of coming out. He has a gay partner. I want them to go full on, but they have to make it good. Because that's my critique of all of this, of all the media that we're seeing right now. It's skin deep pandering. It is, and that's the issue. It's not the identities. It's the skin deep identities, which Spider-Verse didn't do, but they're missing it. Every fucking reactionary is missing. Go woke, go broke. No. go pandering, go broke. Unless you're pandering to the right. Because the right will gobble that up. It's inevitable. Oof. Okay, that's is that enough of Across the Spider-Verse? I think it is. But yeah, oh god, I'm gonna watch that movie again next week. I think probably. Let me just check. Because we're wait. Okay, never mind. No, I haven't gotten. We're waiting for some. There's as everybody knows, canon. No, I can't talk about it. Nah, my girlfriend wouldn't like it. But we're waiting for something, and that's gonna help us experience Spider-Verse better. Now that we've seen it once, we experienced it with fresh, sober eyes. We're gonna go in with unsober eyes and watch it, and I think that's gonna be amazing. What I want, what I'm hoping for, I think we only have one IMAX theater here in Sweden. It's in Stockholm, and we live a few hours away from that. So we planned to watch this movie in IMAX, but unfortunately, we didn't have the cash flow for it at the moment. So what I'm hoping will happen is the next movie that IMAX is going to have a triple feature. Now that doesn't sound too bad, does it? I'd pay good money to see all 3 movies in succession in IMAX. I'd pay good money for that. And I think that would be an amazing experience. And I'm hoping when it closes in on the due date for Spider-Verse, I'm going to email IMAX if they haven't done this themselves. I'm going to email the IMAX cinema in Stockholm, and I'm going to ask them if they can do that. God, I hope they can. God, I hope they go, that's not a bad idea, brother. Minimize that. Okay, I don't remember why. Wait, can I see why? No. I believe, didn't I do a timestamp? Edit? No timestamp? There was something I wanted to talk about in regards to the Corridor Crew and this specific video. But I can't remember why. We're going to watch it and we're going to see if we can't jolt our... Oh, right. Okay. Now I remember. This is so jarring. Like, okay, let's watch, let's skip the intro. Welcome to VFX Artist Reacts. I love Corridor Crew as well. I watch every video they release. I absolutely. The VFX Artist Reacts started with Sonic. This is the first VFX Artist Reacts video. I'm gonna have to be careful here because they're more litigious with streaming than they are with video. Is that why? But yeah, still. So this video, like, they're just giving their honest opinions. They're looking at at this and they're just
essence of the character,
reacting like I do, like a lot of live streamers do.
One frame you'll have that reflection, another frame with God.
And you can see their passion. Here's
the thing. We're a team of thieves.
Yeah. I can't show that too much. Oh, I didn't want to.
Is among us.
The fly. So this is the druid character. It's pretty sweet.
Okay, so here starts the reaction.
Oh my god, I'm getting Bollywood vibes now.
Yep.
Oh, what the? Wait, did he polymorph from
Among Us? Where did you see Among Us?
A fly to a rat?
Oh, that's really cool. That's a great idea.
Actually, yeah, wow.
That's
was
a
pretty
real like
sick.
D&D game idea.
See, this is what I'm saying. This movie is like so dope.
Let's D&D movie Tomate. Really? I've heard bad things about this movie. Really? Like, have anyone talked about this movie since it came out? Why is it so high? I haven't seen it myself, mind you. So I might just be wrong here. But yeah, 7.3 makes more sense than 90%, in my opinion. I know there has been at least rumblings of fuckery in Rotten Tomato. So...
That was cool.
Yeah.
Was it? I'm not seeing anything that's cool. And also, notice, they're not critiquing anything, are they? They're saying, oh, that's cool. They're not giving insight.
Pretty sweet.
Also, this hasn't cut yet. This is all still one take.
Yeah, because it's all CGI. You can do a one take pretty easily with CGI.
Cool. Isn't it weird that we've arrived in an era of filmmaking where we have oneers which aren't about not having any cuts? It's not about like, oh, I got a long take. It's more about this real time just playing out of a scene without edits in it. Oh, there's lots of polymorphs going on. Interesting to go to the shadow to like not have to deal with the morph from the cat to the human being.
Yeah.
It's like, let's just pan over here, show the reaction.
Okay. Like, yeah, because a morph from a cat to a human is jarring. Like if you've watched Quarter Crew, you've seen the recent videos, you know why. It's hard. It's really, really, it looks really bad. But okay, why are you watching this? What's the critique? What's the insight you're giving me here, Corridor Crew? Where's the analysis of what's going on? I'm just seeing you guys
so
react to a movie.
A lot of dice rolls they passed right there.
Yeah,
a lot of dice rolls.
Okay, and
so
now,
like obviously this scene has a ton of CG, but
a ton of it's pretty much all
I
CG.
think there's like two parts in it that I think are kind of clever with kind of blending the two. I think the first one is that moment where it's the
and here's where when I went, oh, they're struggling. I guarantee it. I 100% guarantee they got paid, or no, I stand by it. They probably got paid to watch this because it's pretty much just an ad. They're not disclosing it, and if they didn't get paid, it's for the search engine, the SEO. But it's just boring to watch. Everyone in America loved D&D. I worked at a theater when it came out, and people were going nuts about it. Really? You worked. I'm guessing you've seen the movie then? What is the movie about? Like, I've seen the original D&D movie. I know it's not that. But it feels that when I'm just looking at the commercials for them, the trailers for it. I'm not seeing What's so special? Why I want to watch it? I don't like D&D, the role-playing game, the TTRPG. It doesn't do it for me. It's just you just roll dice, and there's a lot of text on specifically whatever thing. There's no role-playing in it. It's not role-playing. It's role-playing.
Mouse sneaking into the suit of armor. So this is full CG here, obviously.
Yeah.
And that's full CG. And then I think there's basically right as they get to the foot of that's where it transitions into that practical shot. So if you're shooting this, do you have her in the suit of armor?
I would.
And then paint her out, basically?
Yeah, in the way her face kind of...
So they watched the entire sequence to talk about
the helmet
this.
Implies that that's just kind of a 2D composite effect.
Yeah, you can see it's I can do that.
That was what I was thinking. Her face is probably there the whole time, and they just like painted out the face, replaced it with the inside of the helmet, and they just like took a frame of that face and just like shrunk it down.
Like the way I would do it, I would have a blank plate behind, and I'd just remove her face and introduce her face, and remove her face and introduce her. Okay, but my friends, co-workers, and customers were going to see it multiple times. If that, I left that job and work at a liquor store. A liquor store sounds. Do you have discounts?
You can kind of see it track a little bit weirdly in there. Like right there's a little bobble.
Yeah.
Like it's super minor.
Yeah, so if she's actually in there walking and whatnot, but then, now her face is gone.
Well, it's also transitioning back to the full CG suit in the middle of that run, which is really well done. Like, you don't notice it at all. The transition point is definitely...
Okay, so anyway. So they watched that entire sequence for...
Through physics. I'm the director.
I am God. And like, that's my favorite stuff anyways, is when it is feeling like a magic trick. And that sequence does that because you're kind of going...
It doesn't do that anymore. 50 years ago, that was a magic trick. When they watch old movies and they go, how the fuck did they do that? That's what I like about this. When they watch new movies that do old tricks that are really, really simple to do these days, and they go, oh my God, that's so clever. No, it's not. Stop it. I feel like the only genuine commentary comes in during their guest videos. Also, they oh, sorry. It's hard. I have so this heart, I like it. I can press it and I can see the little things popping. I like that. That's a good addition. See, you like that too. But this heart now covers what you're written here, and I don't like that. Also, they cut a lot out and post it to the website. That is true, and I don't mind that at all. Actually, being able to review music videos and stuff like that, which you can't do on YouTube. You notice it too. Yeah, it's annoying. YouTube's gonna have to do something about that. You're gonna have to be able to move it, perhaps. Something's gonna be done with that. But yeah, this is really low effort.
How do we get from A to so speaking about
if it's not payola, it's even more embarrassing in my opinion.
Fun topic. We've covered this.
Here we go.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Here comes genuine reactions.
Get ready.
I think this is a genuine reaction, actually.
Oh, here we go! Here we go! Wait, is that Bradley Cooper?
Yeah.
What the?
What do you mean? Is that? It looks exactly like Bradley Cooper. A top left would be much better, much better. So this is just they just split the screen. This isn't as clever as they did in Lord of the Rings. That shit is mind-blowing when you realize what they did. Mind-blowing. This?
There's a little bit of uncanny valleyness going on here.
I have a feeling that most of this stuff is not actually forced perspective. I think they actually just composited
it looks
these
composited
shots.
to me.
Yeah, it's just two composited shots. He has a large chair that he's sitting in. That's it.
Yeah, very well. What
completely different on the set with Michelle Rodriguez.
Very big and think of the detail on that
No,
chair.
that's a real chair.
Wait, whoa. Well, that's.
Just then.
Oh, Gwen, this is Holga.
Wait, whoa. Well, that's the shot that we can tell. So look at how her arm is over the chair.
Yeah.
That's a big chair. They're comping her arm over the chair.
Are they?
I think that's a real chair.
I think she's just resting her arm on it.
No.
Yeah, it's just that.
Okay, so anyway, the way they lit Bradley Cooper, he doesn't look like he's sitting in a chair or by a fight. No, he doesn't. He like that light is justified here. So, but it's nowhere else really, which I guess makes sense if the chair's there. But if the chairs if light doesn't fall here, why does it fall here? Because he has this big fucking thing over here. So really, he should be lit up all the way here, shouldn't he? Like here, he should be dropping off to darkness. That's probably why he doesn't look like he fits in.
That's a normal size chair.
Unlike her, you can see she's got light all over here. I'm not sure she's standing up, but yeah, they justify the hair, but no, they don't justify it even here. And there's a big gaping holes here that he should be lit up by.
Chair.
No, she's
a normal sized woman.
That's a real chair. And look at her little shadow from her wrist touching the chair. No comp artist would ever just
What? Let's see. Oh my God, you're right. I didn't catch that.
Yeah. So those little details, like no comp artist is like, yes, let me comp in the tiny little hair from the corner of her wrist as a shadow.
Maybe there is some insane genius out there who put the little shadow on the chair. Just have him interact with a big chair. This is why I want to watch it, though. It's a perfect speculation. And it really just comes down to, like, what do you think they did to achieve it?
Don't we have the visual effects supervisor from this?
Yes. Let's get someone from ILM to come here and settle it.
Subscribe if you don't want.
Okay, and then we can go to the real reactions. Like this. Here's a real reaction of them. Talking about don't mess with Soa.
This is just funny. This is great. That's so well done.
That's really well done.
Like, do you see their reactions? Like, oh my, that is really well done.
All right, this came out in 2008. How do you think they did this?
The obvious answer to me is that he's attached to some sort of like robot arm.
Okay, we don't have to see more because they're already like doing much more than they did with D&D. Like at the D&D video, all they did was like, oh, that's good, that's clever, they did this. It's a comp, okay. Here they go, oh, they probably had this, and then they did that, and then they're gonna show the actual result, which is him.
So that he's like so cleanly going through the
swimming on a rig. There we go, like this rig, which is just so he's actually doing it. Like they do stuff like that, but with the D&D movie, and that's not the first time I'm noticing it. They've done that with a lot of movies, modern new releases. Because how do they get the footage? Sometimes it's footage. I don't think the Bradley Cooper scene is publicly available when this movie came out. And they didn't use a cam-recorded video, did they? No. They got that shit from the studio. And you don't get the videos from the studio if you're gonna shit on it. Are you? That's why I don't like it. It reeks of insincerity. And I expect better from Quarter Crew. I expect better from YouTubers, period. Now I know that's a high bar to set. I expect more from YouTuber. And when I say YouTubers, I don't mean big corporate YouTubers. I don't mean corporations that have talking heads. I don't mean the Ben Shapiro, like big studios and stuff like that. No, I mean people who are scrappy. I don't like that they are going the same route that traditional media has gone. Traditional media had one thing, however, that made them not needing to go that way in the beginning. Because when you go back in, you watch Robert Ebert and the other guy, whatever his name is, when they review movies, they are completely honest about their thoughts on it. They are they will rip a movie apart if they don't think it's good enough. And the reason they could do that without retaliation is because there was no alternative. There was no other way of getting the word out. The studios had to rely on people who they couldn't pay off, or who wouldn't be paid off, at least, who were actual journalists. They don't need that anymore. They have YouTubers which they can pay, and they can treat to luxury vacations to Disney World to watch the new Star Wars movies a week early and get hyped about it. This isn't critique of Quarter Crew only. This is a critique of the industry as it is. I don't like that. We need to be better. There needs to be, and I know we won't be better. We will. And when I say we, I mean society. We will continue to take the easy route. And it is an easy route. It is simple. It is easy. I would take the easy route if I ever got the opportunity. Trust me. Oh, I could get a leg up on society? On my life? You bet I would take it. Anyone would take. Anyone who wouldn't take it is a liar. Here is $1 billion. For all my critique of TYT, they didn't do that. That's my, I have so much respect. I have a lot of critique of how they handle certain topics, like the trans topic, and apparently becoming a reactionary, a TERF for some goddamn reason. But the one thing that Cenk Uygur can lord over everybody else, you can never critique him of going for the easy money. He turned that shit down. He had an MSNBC primetime show. He was killing in the ratings. They wanted to silence him because he wasn't playing ball, you know? He was actually calling out the politicians. And he did it his own way, apparently. So according to him, I haven't double checked it, but I don't have a reason to deny it or to question it. Apparently, in the beginning, when he started at MSNBC, he took their notes to heart and he listened to it. But when and he could see the ratings go down. And when he said, "Fuck this, I'm gonna do my own thing," and he still had some time on his contract, he did his own thing on air, and he killed it. He absolutely killed it, apparently. They gave him a weekend spot for more money and less time. They were trying to bribe him to shut the fuck up, but he didn't. He said, "Fuck you, I'm leaving." Now, I couldn't ever. On the other hand, I don't have a successful YouTube. Like, there's difference. Me struggling to stay, like counting the pennies each month to if I don't go out this weekend, if I don't see my friends on Friday, if I stay at home, if I don't buy that thing, I can save up to buy this thing. Like, I have that. So if someone offers me $1 billion to sit here and say, "Hey, the new D&D movie, fucking awesome. I would take it in a heartbeat. You goddamn right I would. I wouldn't even be ashamed of it. I wouldn't like it. I would hate myself, but I wouldn't be ashamed of it because I need that money. But when you already have a successful business like Quarter Crew does, why? I know they want to be, they want to work on no, they don't want to work on studio projects, actually. They want to work on side projects for the studios. Like they've done their own, I want to say Lord of the Rings. Was it Lord of the Rings? I believe they did a Lord of the Rings movie or video, or short movie. They did, like, they've done game movies and stuff like that. Like, they want to work with the studios, with their IPs. I get that. But do you need to? Is it worth your soul? Really? Are you struggling that much? Right, the lighting, he doesn't flicker, or his lights don't flicker. Like he's moving here, they're moving. It's a warm light, but there's no flickering here. Wait, does she flicker? No, she doesn't flicker either. That's jarring. Oh, sorry, you didn't see that. You can see it here. Yeah, you can see she doesn't flicker either. So it's but yeah, there's no. Yeah, so okay, so the whole scene is apparently lit with LEDs, because you can see here in the wood, it doesn't flicker. This is supposed to be the fireplace. I think it's probably about connections. Yeah, exactly. It's they want connections. They want to be inside. But I think that's the point of YouTube. That's the point of us being scrappy here. You don't have to be on the inside to make something amazing, to make something good. They have pull so they can reach out for footage and they can get a bunch of comments asking them to react. Yeah, but I'm saying they shouldn't. It's bad because, like, it's nothing special. They didn't do anything amazing here that's worthy of being reacted to. They've reacted to the things they saw in the, or they critiqued, or they analyzed in the movie. They've seen those things a million times. This is nothing new. This is regurgitation. Regurgitation? Is that it? While Don't Mess with Sohan, the way he swims, they've never seen anything like that. Lord of the Rings, the perspective thing, and they move, and it's all the math that goes into that, and being able to react to that. They haven't reacted to that, or they have reacted, but like that's a unique situation. The same with Thor: Love and Thunder. This is amazing technology, and they're so right in their critique of this. What they've done here, by the way, is have micro flickering LEDs all over, all around them, and they can shift. They can choose where the light is coming from on real life people. Thanks to that, because when human eye watches it, it looks just like normal lighting, but when you film in sync with the light, you can choose which frame you want to have. And that's amazing. And they're right that they don't utilize it enough in this video. But I think, or in this movie, which I also haven't watched. Oh, here, can we see it here?
I think they just like their edge lights too much, you know?
If you're going to develop...
Yeah, you can see. Yeah, you can see here. Like, and that happens. Like, and they're right. Use it in a creative way, but they didn't. But that's a new and interesting way of doing things. Which, and here, the Ten Commandments, they're going back to old movies. I like that and how they do that. It's all very interesting. And when I see something, especially when it's up front and you know it's just for clout, it's just for, oh, we have connection, we could get this footage and therefore we put it in here and people are going to watch it because they want to watch the D&D video and blah, 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 blah. It rings hollow for me. It's empty. It's soulless. Yeah, it ruins their brand. When I hear them critique something, I want to know that they are telling me what they really believe. Now I have to question that. And as I said, it's not the first time. This has happened. Let me.
Hey guys.
Shut up. This has happened before. Let me see if I can't. If we can't go back. Playlists. Not stunt women. And I understand when they have a person next to them who worked on it. But they can take critique. These guys, and that's what I respect about them as well. They know how to critique something without being mean necessarily. Like the first critique with Sonic. They were mean, but they also correctly said, this isn't the artist's fault. This is the studio's fault. They put too much pressure on the technical and the artistic side. They chose the design, and the artists just have to live with it. It's not their fault. And they are correct in that. Or when they say, this is crunch, and yada yada. And when they had a person who worked on it, he confirmed it. He's like, yeah, it's not my best work, but we didn't have much of a choice. Let's see here. I've noticed this too in a lot of videos. Sometimes their crew moments feel very scripted and forced now, where they used to feel like, yeah, it used to just be here's the behind the scenes, and now it's meticulously thought out. It's scripted. It's not scripted as in we're gonna say X, Y, and Z, but it's and then you're gonna come in and you're not gonna be happy, and that's fine to do in moderation, but it doesn't ring true. The point of YouTube is to not be television, to not be scripted. You can't be scripted, to be authentic. And you can always tell when they try to shoehorn it in. But let me see here. I want, because I remember a worse. The React show. Okay. Can I? We're going to have to go down and see if we can't. Oh yeah, the Avatar 2, like reacting to this sequence alone. When I watch this, I'm not blown away. This is why I watch Corridor Crew. This is why I watch VFX artists react. It's for a moment like this. Because when I watch this, I'm just enjoying the movie. I'm just, hey, that looks nice. I'm not reacting to. I'm not noticing the CGI details here, and that's kind of the point. But these guys, like, is that CGI or not? And the amount of analysis and the back and forth, and in the end, they're like, we have no idea. That is, or okay, not this video, because they have the artist on. But stuff like that's why I watch it, not for the here's an ad for D&D, please watch. It's sad. It is really sad how corporate they become. And oh wait, I actually left. Can you find your old comments? Because I remember leaving a comment on my personal, not the one I stream on, but my personal account. I remember leaving a comment on a video that was just pretty much all ads, and it was so boring to watch. But I can't remember which one it is. Can it be Tenant? Could be Tenant. And I simply said in the video, like, this is so bad. It is do better. I'm not unsubscribing today, but if this continues, I have no interest in watching this. But now I don't remember which movie it was or which video.
From my
oh, never mind. It's like, okay, they've gone corporate, and it's sad to see. That is the condensed, synthesized critique that I have of Corridor Crew, and it's sad. It is really, really sad to see. Especially, I wonder if Corridor Crew... I bet you that Corridor Crew has bought into the neoliberalism of the industry that they're in. I wonder if they support the strike, because they haven't mentioned it, have they? I haven't heard them. I don't remember hearing them mentioning it. I know they don't like. They probably avoid it for political reasons, like they don't want to be political. But this is their friends. This is their colleagues fighting for their survival, for their... They rarely get political. Yeah, but this is so personal to them. And they sure, they rarely get political, but they have like a trans employee, Natalie. They are VFX artists. They are writers, storytellers. They are movie makers. And I think it would go a long way. No, maybe not. Maybe not. They're not part of the industry in the same way. But I think it would be a good thing for them to actually stand up for the strikers and push for unionization or advocate for unionization in with VFX artists. Because that's the reason. Okay. Yes, they should do that, because not for political reasons, but for artistic reasons. Okay, hear me out here. Hear me out. They hate, or let's put it out another way. They love when you use practical puppets, when you use practical effects. They did a video on The Thing. VFX artists react The Thing. Usually the only way to gauge their politics usually is to pay attention to side. What? Where did it go? Can you remove your own comment? Is that a thing? Oh my God, this changes everything. Can you? Someone removed your comment, or did you remove your comment? Anyway, they reacted to The Thing, and they compared between the original and the new one, and they commented on how much better the alien looked in the original compared to the new one, I remember. But now I can't find it. The only way to gauge their politics is to pay attention to the background stuff in their video. Yeah, exactly. And it's not much. And I don't expect them to be political. But this is such a... Have you ever played a Secret Hitler? There's a moment in that game where if you're good at the game, which me and my friend, I've played that game hundreds of times. I can play that forwards and backwards and in my sleep. And me and my friend have played together probably 90% of those times, usually together with kids. And there's a moment, so me and my friend have a rule between each other that we can't say, I know you're a fascist because we've played together so much. I just know it, and you're fascist. Because we see each other, and it's impossible for us to lose when we're on the same team, pretty much. When we're on the same team, it's almost always impossible to lose. But when we're liberals, it's always like, oh, if you fuck me this time, I'm gonna fucking kill you. Sometimes we manage to fool each other, and I love those times, but it's very, very rare. Anyway, there's moments in that game where it becomes so obvious who's a fascist and who's not. It is super obvious what a fascist would do and what a liberal would do at certain times. That if you go against it, you are absolutely a fascist, you know? There's a switch. There's no longer any ambiguity, and the game, if you're good enough as a liberal, the game is over. Like, you can just remove those people from the game. And that switch happened in US politics on January 6th. There is no longer any ambiguity. If you're a Republican, you're a fascist. Or you support fascists. There's no ambiguity there. It's post January 6th. Pre-January 6th, there could be some ambiguity. Sure. There could be some ambiguity. There are local Republicans who are good people and do the right things, stuff like that. And I'm sure a lot of those good local politicians who are Republicans, like was it Georgia, where they refused to find 14,000 votes for Donald Trump? Like, those people, like, oh, if I could, I would change party, but they can't because they would lose their next election, guaranteed. because the voter is. So it's a self-interested thing, probably. Anyway, there's a shift there. And anyone who doesn't explicitly oppose it, I am writing off as a fascist. Or a collaborator, at least. And the same goes when it comes to unions. Like I said, they watched The Thing. I think the video might be gone. It might have been copyrighted or something. But they watched and reacted to The Thing and saw, why does it look so bad? And the reason for it was because there was no grounding to the alien. They made a complete CGI alien. They on set, apparently, they had was not a ventriloquist, someone who's not a gymnast, what is it called? A contortionist. They had a contortionist on set, but they didn't use their movements, apparently. And looking back, they had a real puppet. Looking back at the original movie, they had a real puppet that someone was puppeteering, and it just grounded it. It made it more realistic. The lighting was perfect, etc., etc., etc. Things like that. The reason that's gone, the puppets, and the reason you rarely see the combination of a puppet and a CGI artist or a CGI monster, like the pinnacle, not the pinnacle, the perfect blend between real and CGI, like the amount of effects, how real they would look, how real they would feel, how tangible they would feel, would go up skyrocketing. But you don't, because puppeteers came up when unions were a thing. CGI artists didn't. So CGI artists got fucked over completely. And that's why studios like to use them. So in their own self-interest, it would be better for them, it would be good for them to support unionization of CGI artists. It would be so much better and enjoyable for them based on the things I've heard them say. But they don't, because they're cowards. Because they think we can't be a sliver political even. Not a sliver. Because that doesn't affect us. That affects them. The crunch. They hate the crunch. They complain about the crunch when they're watching these videos. They say, oh, it's bad because of the crunch. They had a very short time schedule to fix this, and the student didn't give them enough time, or enough money, or enough manpower, so they just had to throw it in there. Wouldn't it be better if there were a union that could say, stop, this is unreasonable, you need to give us more time, more money, more manpower. We can't do this without those three things. But they don't, because they don't need it. It's very selfish, it's very bad, and I don't like it. Yeah, and they painted all over with CGI. They just removed the contortionists completely instead of using it, instead of painting over it. They completely just removed it. It's mind-boggling how stupid they are. Yeah, right. They did speak up during BLM. That's right. They did speak up during BLM. Corridor Crew BLM. Probably because they have, or did they back then? have black employees? Oh, of course. Now, when I Google corridor BLM, I get nothing, of course. But yeah, so it's we need. I know they don't like to be political, but there are certain things that aren't. It is political, but there are certain things that shouldn't be political. And those things, no matter what you do, you still need to keep true to. You still need to be able to speak out about. You still need to be able to fight for. And they can do it in their own way. It doesn't have to be a video where they just talk about politics. But when they speak about this, when they talk about the thing and why it's bad, they could say, and this is why we need unions. Just throw it in there. Don't tell me why it didn't work. Don't tell me what they did wrong. Tell me what would fix what they did wrong. How do we fix the issue? They never go there, or hardly ever go there. They never go there with unions, at least. And that's it makes me look at them with a bit sussy eyes. It's bad. It is bad. And they need to do better. Anyway, I've been rambling about, oh my God, I've rambled about this. And I have been streaming for a long time. I'm not even done yet. Usually when I stream, and this is pre-medication, holy shit. Usually when I stream this long, or shorter even, I'm like, I'm hanging, I'm tired, I don't have things to say, I don't know what to say. But I feel fine now. I'm gonna do one more thing before I leave, because I'm feeling hungry. But I have an article to read. And it's an article that made the rounds thanks to Tim Pool, actually, who commented on this and linked to it. It's from the New York Post. I'm a liberal. It's hard to find masculine men to date who aren't conservative. Oh. Give me a moment. There's something in the water. And I don't know what. I don't like it. Okay. And I don't need headphones. Amazing. This is going to be a very American-centric issue, I believe, because leftism, socialism, anything left of liberalism has been villainized in the US for a long, long, long time. And I think that's the reason why this is an issue. If you look at Europe, you can find the most meat-headed of dudes. The jock. My friend, my good friend, who's a fucking red-blooded communist since life, since he was born, pretty much. He used to be, and he was pretty much offered to go pro in hockey as a goalie. Anyone who stands in a goal in any sport is fucking stupid. Like, they are meatheads. You want to stand in the way of a puck traveling at 100 kilometers an hour or 60 miles per hour straight at you. That's what you want to do. That's your career goal, apparently. But he turned it down to become a teacher instead. Because, rightly so, he said, how many people continue a career? Like he could be on the B team. He could be he could be on the bench on a Swedish hockey team. Sure, and like that's his. He's like, I don't want to be on the bench. Okay. Anyway, you can find these meatheads. You can find them, and they will be socialists. They will be progressive. It's possible. But I think in America, that is so tied up with conservatism. That's so tied up with republicanism that it's pretty much impossible. But we can see Henry Cavill. Oh my God. Henry Cavill is a perfect example. Henry Cavill, the meathead. PS or Xbox. Like this dude is a nerd. Like you'll not find, like he builds his own PC looking like a Greek god. We have.
She told me about the books. I ended up reading the books and loving them. I've been a fan of fantasy genre since I was knee-high to a grasshopper. And so for me, it was a real treat to jump into that. And Sapkowski's writing, incredible.
Yeah. PlayStation or Xbox?
PC.
Where is he born? Henry Cavill. Isn't he British? I think I hear British somewhere. British actor. Yeah. So you have these because in Europe you have you don't force your kid into a role. You don't say, "Oh, he's a jock, and therefore he's gonna play sport." It's not franchised as it is in America. In America, football, that's about money. Football, American football, is about franchisement. American football is about how much can we make. Football or soccer isn't about that. It is, you can't move Manchester United outside of Manchester. The people wouldn't stand for it. It is tied to the community. Everyone, like, I don't care. Sure, I'm not British, I'm Swedish. But football here is also very, very big. Very, like it's you don't understand. We used to have hooligans. Football isn't tied to money. It is part of the culture. It is part of, everyone plays it. Even I don't like football, but I play football. I kick a ball around. We're a gang of 10 people, 5-5, and let's just have some fun, you know. And it's nothing serious. I know America has that well with touch football and stuff like that, but there is a tangible difference culturally between these two things. And I think that's part of the reason. When your kid here in Europe plays football, soccer, the parents don't, even if they're great, the parents don't expect them to become pro. The parents don't necessarily push them to become pro. In America, they all do that. Right? I'm not wrong on this. It is part of the culture in America that, hey, my kid is great at football. He's going to become a star. Right? And I think that's kind of... So if you're a liberal parent, do you really want your kid to play football? Or would you rather them, do theater? Become a theater kid? Christian Bale has said the same thing. And I remember 10 years ago reading why, like this was pre Captain America. There was an interview about Captain America where they explained that they had to go with an American actor for Captain America. And I understand that. Sure. It's pride. We're America. Captain America can't be played by a British person, okay? Pretty much every other, except for like Iron Man, were British people prior to that. Why? As Christian Bale himself has said, Europe allows the kids to roughhouse, play around, get dirty. Yeah, you might be good at school, you might be good at math, and you might be a theater kid and stuff like that. You still go out and play football on the weekends, okay, kid? You go out there and you break an arm, okay? Like it's not they're not contradictions, This whole pipeline of kids who excel at sports and are groomed into zero-sum, hyper-competitive attitudes usually become because the only way out of poverty is to do exactly. And that's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm trying to get to in this rambling. It's all about education. In Europe, education is free. I got a university education for nothing. I even went to an American school and a Canadian school and paid diddly squat for it, except for housing and stuff like that, which was expensive, sure, but we because of an exchange program, by the way, education here is free, so I don't have to be great at a sport in order to make it, or in order to secure a good future for myself. I can get that through education. And even if I fail, which, by the way, is why Sweden has the highest amount of unicorn startups. And a unicorn startup is a startup that exists and exceeds, I believe, $1 million US dollars within 10 years or something like that. There's a definition of it within the entrepreneurs. But Sweden has the most startups, unicorn startups, of any other nation. Why? Because if you fail, if you go out on a limb here, if you make an effort to try and create something new and fail, you're not gonna live under a bridge. I've been unemployed for a year. I've been on disability for half a year. Awaiting my medication. Oh, wrong. Awaiting my medication. Okay? Which, by the way, how much do you think I paid for this? Eldritch? How much do you think I paid for this? This is methamphetamines. How much do you think I paid? You're wrong. I paid $10. $10. No, not zero. I paid $10 because there's a service fee, and they do this. Like, we have a ceiling on medication in Sweden, so you pay a small fee when you go to the doctor, and you pay a small fee, or you pay for a small fee for your medication. And the reason for that is so people with hypochondria don't abuse the system, you know? So there's some stoppage to you just walking in and doing whatever you want. And if you don't afford it, yeah, the state will provide for you. If you're homeless, if you don't have any income, it's okay. We're going to provide for you as well. As I said, I've been on disability leave for half a year, waiting for these medications so that I can get back on track with my life. And I've been getting money from the state for this. You don't get that in the US, or if you do, you have to jump through so many hoops. It's unbelievable. And all of this is why, as a liberal, you have a hard time finding masculine men. Let's say 1960s, not Germany. Let's go with England. Sure, I want to see images from, like, do you see this guy? Does he look like or this guy? Do they look like they are limp-wristed, perhaps? I wouldn't say so. Okay, this is please. We're not going to critique their politics at the moment. It was the 1960s after all. Okay, here we can see some limp-wristed bitches, sure. But they're not just limp-wristed bitches. They are hard-working men and women who just want their better lives. And hardworking men and women are in fist fights for their lives daily. And when I say fist fights for life, I don't mean as a euphemism. I mean literally in some cases. Sports scholarships are also messed up because if you're rich enough, you can pay to get into schools that will give you easy coursework to boost your grades and spend more time practicing sport. Yeah, and it's always the easy. You're not going to get a sports scholarship if you're going to go into medicine, for example, right? It's going to be the lesser humanities that you're studying. Anyway, let's read this article and see what else is said. As a liberal woman, it's really hard to find a man who is willing to play the more traditional masculine role in the relationship in today's day and age, who is not a conservative. Hold on. My entire prelude to this might just be wrong. She might just be a dumb fuck. Because this is a future socialists wants as well. Leftists want this future. Yeah. You want the traditional role for the man? But I'm guessing not for you then? I'm guessing you don't want to be a homemaker? Right? Like, a man who wants to pay on the first date, fuck you. It's called egalitarianism. It's called being equals. Like, I can pay on the first date, sure. But don't expect me to. Why don't you pay on the first date? I'd like that. I wouldn't mind that, sure. Like, I have a girlfriend now, but I mean, come on. Who wants to open your door? Who has that want and desire to take care of you and provide, who is not conservative? Can that be? Can that be? Because those are conservative values, actually. Like, this is, when I think of masculinity, I don't think of this at all. Like opening the door, and I open the door, but I open the door to everyone. Paying on the first date, that is such a capitalist way of viewing things, I guess. This is such a liberal way of viewing things. This is because liberalism is a form of conservatism, and it's compared to socialism and stuff like that, at least. And it's okay. It's not a form of conservatism. It's on the right side of the aisle, globally, or in the Western world, at least. And like, this is what she thinks a masculine man is. Bitch, please. The Los Angeles woman said that men she's dated who do have those quality traits don't align with her political ideologies. And she clarified that just because she wants an old-fashioned gentleman doesn't mean she plans to subscribe to a traditional housewife role. Isn't that the issue then? Women have gone through, like what she's experiencing here probably, is the same thing that men experienced in the 60s, in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s, in the early 2000s even. They are used to things being one way, and now they're a different way. They are used to being able to be taken care of. And now men are going, wait a minute, you got your liberation. You're not forced to be a homemaker. You're not forced to be barefoot, pregnant, and in the kitchen all day long. You're able to live your life the way you want. So why can't I? And she goes, but I like that. Yeah, suck it. Yeah, try for ye, but not for me. And obviously, as a liberal woman, I do want to be respected for my independence. But I won't respect yours, apparently. And I do want to have my own autonomy in the relationship, but not be combined or confirmed to the traditional... not confined, confirmed? Combined or confirmed to the traditional female homemaker childbearing role. Okay, weird wording, I think. I don't want to compromise my morals and values just to find a man, but am I asking to have my cake and eat it too? Oh my God. The TikTok set off a firestorm of comments. That's like saying I want to invest in something without having to do anything but get all the benefits from it. Yep. Another chimed in, all I heard is I want someone to take care of me, but I don't want to take care of them. Others had a bipartisan solution. Your morals and beliefs don't have to be in sync with your husband. What matters is you are able to both compromise and work together. Good luck with a conservative. Right, they must have been confined. Or she misspoke and she said combined but meant confined. The TikToker did, however, receive some support, with one responding, and this is why so many women my age are still single. Yeah. Get with the times. We are currently going through a male revival. We are currently, seriously, which is probably why we're seeing fascism on the rise, because some men don't want that. Another, meanwhile, suggests she change her zip code if she wants luck finding a man who meets her criteria. The men you described do exist. However, I don't know if LA is the best place to find us. Just saying. Right, because LA is gay. I'm not being facetious. I'm not being... I mean literally gay. Culturally. Yeah, this is... Okay, so yeah, she is experiencing what men have experienced in the past. What my grandfather's experienced in the past, because my grandmother was part of the first women who divorced from my biological grandfather, and all of that was probably pretty jarring for a lot of men. They didn't know what was happening. I like And they probably went, I just want a traditional wife who I can take care of, who'll cook me dinner and stay at home and yada, yada, yada. And the women went, fuck you, I want more. And now the men goes, fuck you, I want more. The traditional roles, they don't work for me anymore. They don't work for men anymore. We can't keep doing this. Why? Because part of this evolution that we've seen with women's liberation has come partially at the cost of men. Partially. We don't see it as much in greater society. We see it somewhat in greater society, but mostly if we want to see what the future holds for us, we can look at the schools. We can look at elementary schools where women or girls, in that case, are far exceeding boys. Like, it's not even close how much more women or girls are excelling in schools compared to boys. Boys are left behind in education. Here in Sweden, I used to run a blog on this, actually, back in the day. It was a fairly popular blog. I was invited to a few TV shows, yada, 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 whatever. I couldn't go because I didn't have any money and they didn't pay for my travels, whatever. Boys. Okay, so we had a change in criteria for grades when it came to phys ed. Is that what it's called in English? Gymnastics, track and fields, football, physical activities, phys ed. Let's call it that. We had a change in criteria. Previously, the criteria was, well, you have to be able to run a certain distance at a certain speed. You have to be able to jump a certain height. You have to be able to, stuff like that. You can measure from A to B, it's this distance on this time, period. Okay? That used to be the criteria. Now the criteria is relative to you, which, sure, that's better. It's not about how fast you can run, it's how much you've improved from the previous time or whatever, from when we started to measure you or whatever. I'm not a teacher, I'm not a physical ed teacher, so I don't know exactly, but I know it's relative to your improvement. Why do we only do this with physical ed? Well, you'll never guess which of the subjects the kids are forced to learn in school. The boys excelled over girls. You'll never guess. It's physical ed. Every other subject, girls outranked boys. They smoked them. Boys were huffing smoke, dust, and smog as they were trailing the girls. Far behind in some cases. But not in physical ed. And then they changed it. And all of a sudden, boys weren't excelling in that anymore. Strange. So, and I don't think that's a bad thing, mind you. I don't mind the change in how they measure the grades. I don't mind that change. I mind that they only did it for physical ed. Because I don't know if you know this, girls are better at language when they're younger than boys. What? Girls excel at understanding language more than boys. If this is cultural, if this is biological, I do not know. I do not care. It doesn't matter. Girls excel at that more than boys. So why wouldn't we do the same to language as we've done to sports? Hey, my vocabulary has expanded. Oh, great. Here's a grade. My writing style has improved tremendously. Oh, here's a better grade. No, it's more measurable these days for those grades. And all of this is to point out that what the fuck are boys gonna do when they grow up then? Seriously, what is gonna happen to boys if they can't have good grades? If they don't have grades when they exit the school? What will they do? We have a crisis on our hands and nobody cares. No, but boys have it easy and when they come out of school. No, wrong. Boys' parents, boys' fathers have it easy when they in society, because they had got into the workforce when they were able to not compete as much with girls or women. That's not the case anymore. And if we look at the broader society, why do we see so many men in high positions? Why is there old farts who are on their deathbeds in corporate boards? Why do we see in politics, especially in America, where old farts sit around until they become so dementia-ridden that they don't recognize their own staff, that they don't know where they were last week, where they have no idea what's going on around them, and they're still being rolled out to vote on things? Why? Medicine. There was a shift in 60s, 70s, 80s, where, I mean, our medical knowledge and expertise just skyrocketed into the moon, and we could keep you alive for so much longer. We could treat the dementia. We could, treat might be a bit strong word there, but we could treat conditions. We could help you with your health. We could install new hearts. We could do transplants. We could, hey, have a fucking pacemaker, won't you? Swedish invention, by the way. Like, all of these combined created what we are now experiencing, where the younger generations are screaming at the older ones, fix this fucking shit. And the old ones go, this used to work when I was young, and I'm just going to keep doing this. And the older generations, at least especially in corporate world, were men. Period. Like one woman here, one woman there, whatever. The board was men. And they cling to that power like fucking vampires to a fresh virgin cheerleader, okay? And that's why we're lagging behind. So, that's why corporate world is lagging behind so fucking much. But there's a tidal wave coming. We're starting to see it. Berlusconi just died. Thank fucking God he's dead. He had a health scare like just the other week, and they're like, hey, he's getting out of the hospital. I was so fucking bummed. I was hoping for his death. I was praying to a god I don't believe in. I was asking Odin to smite him down. Ask Thor to smite him down. And he did. And we're gonna start seeing it. Feinstein is gonna die. We have Pelosi. We have Trump. We have all these old doddering fools clinging to power, but they are gonna start dying off. And who is gonna replace them? It's not gonna be men. There are gonna be some men, but it's gonna be women. Mostly women, because women have the education these days. Women have the expertise these days. Women have the knowledge. We're going to see a cultural shift. Unless fascism wins. Old men use their power to put themselves in power and then use the power they gain gather themselves to pull the ladder up behind them. Yeah, exactly. And we can see age of Congress USA. Median age of Congress members over time. I saw a graph, and it's a jarring graph. Where when Pelosi got into office, like you can see the graph just rising and rising and rising as the age. Like when Pelosi entered office, the median age was like 30 or something, 40 perhaps, and now it's up there in 70s, 60s, 70s, 80s somewhere. But I can't find the graph. Oh, here it is probably. Yeah. Okay. So we can see here, like it's been pretty stable, and then something happened here. I don't know, and there's something happened here. Probably women entered Congress more, and that drove down the age. But then it just kept rising and rising and rising and rising and rising. Oh, and okay, it's not combined. This is Senate, where people sit longer, and this is the House. But they're both just been rising, which again, it's not a bad thing in principle, but practically it becomes bad because of the implications of who is in Congress at the moment, or who runs the world, who runs the corporation. They're old, doddering fools who know nothing of the new world, which is why they ask TikTok executive, can TikTok access my Wi-Fi? It's like, what the fuck are you talking about, you moron? They don't know how the world works, and they're sitting there making decisions about it. But again, we're gonna see this. Oh my, is he older than the TV? No. TV 8. No. When was the TV invented? No, he's not older than TV. I'm sorry. Mitch McConnell. He might be older than the affordable TV. Yeah, he's born in 42, and the TV. I'm sad to say the TV was invented in 1927. Maybe the first commercial TV, not TVC. 1941. Ooh, almost. He's 1 year younger than the first commercial TV. No, the first TV commercial. I'm sorry. He's the first TV commercial. He's probably older than something to do with TV. I'm sure of it. He's old enough to have. When did internet? I know DARPANET is older than me, but how old is actually the age of the internet? No, the web. Because the internet, okay, I am older than the internet. Or the World Wide Web, I should say. Because the internet, it's 89. But it's okay. Like, the internet is older than this. But the World Wide Web, the thing we interact with through the internet, I'm older than. By a hair. Anyway, so we're going to see this shift. And we're already seeing it. We're already experiencing it. It's part of the reason why fascism is on the rise. Partially, the reason for the rise is the unaffordableness of education, the unaffordableness of medication, the unaffordableness of housing in the U.S. Those three combined create a powder keg that's just ripe for explosion. And unfortunately, the right-wing fascists have seized that moment, unlike socialists who'd be better. But the right wing have seized on it, probably because of education being so damn low. If they're not educated, you can't explain intricate fascism. And this is an easy ideology to understand. Fascism is feeling. Your feelings are what fascists are care about. Fascism is about, I like that person. He speaks good. I like the words that come out. I like how he speaks. I like the people he attacks. I hate the people he attacks. Therefore, I like him. And all of that. It's an easy ideology to get attached to. Socialism is a very hard ideology to explain, and there's so many different ways to enact it. Like, we have market socialism, we have syndicalism, we have, like, there's different sects of socialism. The only through line is worker controlled, classless society. That is the only through line. And that can be hard to understand because we live in a capitalist society. The way I understood it, the way that made me go from a social democrat to a democratic socialist, the way I understand it, is economic democracy. We've had political democracy, which I don't think anyone would claim. Even fascists don't claim to be against democracy. They claim that democracy has been subverted, that it's been twisted against the will of the people, the nebulous will of the people. That's their claim. So they're not against democracy explicitly, but they are it tacitly. So the way I've understood it, and the easiest way I can explain socialism and how I describe my socialism is, we've had political democracy for generations by now. Why don't we have economic democracy as well? People like democracy. That sounds good. Sure, it comes with extra strep. This is a condensed ideology, but I like it. I like the way I explain that. Most socialists don't explain that easily. Most socialists go on and on about the bourgeoisie and the proletariat and fuck that shit. That's old language. You don't. Have you ever tried to read an old book? It's really hard. They use old words. They use old words in a combination that's really, really difficult to understand. And proletariat and bourgeoisie comes across that way. You don't hear a fascist talk like that ever. No, they say these degenerates, these fuckers, those guys over there. That's the way you should talk. Copy the way fascists talk. Copy the way fascists use language. Don't copy what they say. Talk about socialism instead. But they are really good at talking to people because that's the only way they can achieve power. They don't have a theory. They don't have the ability to synthesize an ideology. It's just feelings based. So anyway, boys not getting good grades means boys can't understand socialism. Means boys are ripe for the taking for the fascist. Right? If you have a hard time, if you've never been schooled, because this is not genetic, it is about schooling. If you've not been schooled in abstract thought, you can't think in abstract ways. If for you, freedom is only the freedom of not holding something. It is held, it is free. If that's the only freedom you know, you can't understand the freedom that comes from not being under the control of a corporate overlord. You can't fathom it. It's unfathomable for you. And that's why the conditions are ripe for fascism. We need to help boys in school. My generation, the younger people, between those who are out of school already, it's gonna be hard to bring them over, if not impossible. But the younger generations, we don't have to. But in order for us to not lose the younger generations, they need education. They need free school. They need free school meals. They need to not be under the control of the parent. And I know if a right-winger watches me say this, the words that are coming out of my mouth, they're going to freak the fuck out. They're like, oh my God, he wants to control the kids. No, I do not want to control the kids. I want to give the kids the tools to control themselves. I want to help the kids learn. I want to help the kids see things. I want to help the kids analyze the world around them. I want the kids to have a better education than I got. I want the kids to have a better world than I had. And we can't do that as long as these old, doddering, dementia-ridden fools in power, both corporate and political, are in power. We can't. And the next generation, again, if there is a next generation, if the history books looks back at this moment in time, some fucking kid, as happens with World War II, some kid, when they read, in every class, when they read about World War II, some kid always raises their hand and goes, why didn't they fight back? And that's an excellent question. Why didn't the Jews, the socialists, the transgendered, the marginalized in general, Why didn't they band together and fight back? Because when they came for the socialists, I wasn't a socialist. Where's that? First they came for a socialist, but I wasn't a socialist. Then they came for the transgendered, and I wasn't transgendered. Then they came for the Jew, and I wasn't Jewish. Then they came for me. Always. The kids of the future is going to look back at this moment in history and they're going to draw the conclusion, why didn't they fight back? We have old doddering fools in power, both corporate and political, who are destroying the world and bringing about a new fascist regime in the West. The democracy we fought to create and try to preserve is slipping away from our fingertips. And it's connected. It's all connected. Everything. There's no coincidences in politics. It's all connected. They will ask, why weren't there any eco-terrorists? Why were people mad at the demonstrators who are gluing their hands to pavements, who are throwing soup at glass that protects the painting? They're gonna ask, why were they making fun of them? They were right. And a teacher is gonna have to look at them and say, I don't know. People didn't know. But we do know. We do know. Go back to Nazi Germany. Do you think they didn't see when their Jewish neighbor got whisked away? Yeah, they didn't see it. They didn't see the concentration camp, but they heard about it. I'm sure they heard about it. But they ignored it. It was an unpleasant truth. And we're experiencing the same fucking shit right now in regards to our environment. It's an unpleasant truth, but we need to fight back. I have never in my life thought that eco-terrorism is justifiable. For recent years, I'm like, we need people. I'm a coward. I have things to live for, and that's the issue. I have things to live for. I'm not gonna go out there and do eco-terrorism. Fuck that shit. Someone else is gonna have to do that. And that's probably what a lot of people thought in Nazi Germany as well. I have things to live for. My family, my kids, my work, my house, all of these. I can't lose it. If I stand up to the Nazis, if I stand up for the Jews, I'm gonna be right there in the concentration camp. A lot of people probably thought that. Someone's gonna have to. Greta Thunberg is not enough. It is not enough to just sit there and do what you did. Like, don't get me wrong, it's much, much more than anyone else did. Much, much more. For fuck's sake. But it's not enough. We need people who aren't afraid of sacrifice. I'm reminded, before I leave, I'm reminded of Equilibrium. Amazing movie if you haven't seen it. Equilibrium. It's a movie about a future society where we have super cops, which Christian Bale is one of them, who, oh God, this was so long ago. Emotions have been outlawed. You're no longer allowed to feel. People are trying to revive, like art is banned. Oh, and like if you weren't here for the original or for the entire stream, I don't blame you. But we watched a video on an RV. Gun monks, yeah, exactly. We watched a video on an RV, which was just futuristic. Okay, imagine Jeff Bezos' yacht, but in an RV, and you pretty much got that. Equilibrium's world feels that way. It feels like those things. It's completely devoid of character. It's completely devoid of emotion. It's horrible. And they take these pills to level out their emotions. So nobody has, like, love is not an emotion anyone feels. If your wife is killed, you're like, okay, whatever. Kids, they're there. I'm forced to take care of them, but I'm not gonna care for them. And then there's a secret society of people who are trying to preserve culture and art and bring about a revolution. And Christian Bale discovers these people, and he's convinced. We don't have to go into. He's disillusioned now by his previous ideology or the society he lives in, and his work. He's become disillusioned by it, and he finds these people, and they ask him to continue to be soulless, to continue to be an asshole, to continue to be a gun monk. They ask him to continue, and he goes, why? And the leader of the resistance goes, because not everybody gets to live in luxury, or something like that. Some people have to sacrifice themselves for the greater good. And I'm not going to spoil it any further. Watch it. It's a great movie. And I feel the same way about this. Some people are gonna have to sacrifice. Some people need to sacrifice. And I know, what is it? The not the Green Party, the Green. What are they called? Green Eco. Aren't they this? We don't hear as much about them anymore. What are they called? The Green. Greenpeace. That's the name I'm looking for. Greenpeace. I have so much critique of their prescriptions of the world. They are anti-nuclear morons. Absolute morons. We need nuclear energy. We are closing down nuclear plants in Europe as we speak. In my lifetime, I believe 3 or 4 nuclear power plants in Sweden alone have been closed. In my lifetime. When I was young, the school talked about them and handed out like sons and say no to nuclear, but in Swedish, of course. Nej till kärnkraft, whatever. Fuck you guys. Fuck that. That is fucking indoctrination. Nuclear power is fucking needed. Unfortunately, We have what is it, 20 year or no, I believe it's 10 years of to construct a new nuclear power plant. Fortunately, and that's too long. That's way too long. Fortunately, however, since I've started to scream for more nuclear power plants 10, 15 years ago, we could have started to build and be done with several. But no, of course not. However, there is a hope on the horizon in this aspect where coal power plants, there's a company that has proposed a way to convert coal power plants into nuclear power plants. Here we go. And it's like, that's probably gonna reduce the time that it takes to build them quite a lot. But yeah, I don't know what I feel like I'm screaming into the void. Someone, somewhere, please. I don't want to. I feel the need to, but I don't want to. I'm comfortable in my home. I like my family. I like my girlfriend. I like my friends. I don't want to rot away in a prison for the rest of my life. But someone's gonna have to sacrifice. And I feel like am I inciting violence here? I don't know. Maybe. But kids of the future is gonna ask, why didn't we do something? Just like we ask, why didn't the Jews, who were the most persecuted, the prime persecution for the Nazis, why didn't even they fight back? Because they didn't believe it was as bad as they thought. But it's as bad as we think. It is. Okay, anyway, I'm going to jail. I'll see you at my hearing. I'll probably be locked in some... I could see the CIA come to get me. Being locked away at a CIA black site in Europe, sure. I can see that happening. Yeah. Okay, I've been streaming for God almighty a long time now. I am hungry as a motherfucker and I need to eat, okay? Tomorrow? Maybe tomorrow, maybe not. If not tomorrow, on Monday. Okay. Thank you guys, and thank you Elders and Speedster for being new viewers. I really do appreciate that. I do love that. Take care, and I'll see you next time. Okay. Bye bye.